Chapter 1350. Women were like wolves and tigers. It was not an exaggeration. Yang Wu had almost lost his chastity. It was not easy for him to use his authority as a commander to intimidate them. He also threatened to kick them out if they dared to mess around. Only then did they behave themselves. They were unwilling to give up and showed off their coquettishness, hoping to leave a good impression on Yang Wu. They were completely sure that Yang Wu had the power of a heavenly general. Even ordinary heavenly generals were not as strong as him. This was the backer they desired. Yang Wu held the demonic beads and asked Fei Qing and Fei Ye, "Do you know what these are?" Fei Qing had a burning look on her face as she said, "Black mist beads. 10 of them can be exchanged for the second stage of the body tempering technique. 100 of them can be exchanged for the third stage of the body tempering technique." Everyone looked at Yang Wu with envy. It could be said that the dozens of beads in Yang Wu's hands were worth more than the many resources they had obtained. Black mist beads were foreign objects and were very valuable. They were very useful to creatures who cultivated dark, profound qi and could be used to cultivate the black mist domain talent. After Yang Wu heard the value of the black mist beads, he was extremely happy. "I didn't expect them to be so valuable. It's a pity that some of them were destroyed." Fei said with heartache, "Every black mist bead is equivalent to 1,000,000 low-grade saint stones. The higher the grade, the greater the value." Ding Dongni said from the side, "Commander, are you willing to exchange a few black mist beads for me? You can name your price." Another female soldier said, "Commander, if you're not in a hurry to exchange for the third stage of the body tempering technique, then exchange it with me." Many female soldiers were talking at once, showing great interest in Yang Wu's black mist beads. "Enough. These are the spoils of war of the commander. The commander has already distributed all the resources to you. Don't be too greedy," Fei Qing said sternly. "That's right, sisters, we can't be too greedy. The commander has given us more than what we've gained in the past few years. Don't have any ideas about the commander's black mist beads," Fei said. Immediately, all the girls lowered their heads, too ashamed to say anything. Yang Wu had already treated them very well. They really shouldn't push their luck. Yang Wu smiled and said, "All right, when I get more black mist pearls, I'll trade with you guys first." After a pause, he asked, "How many black mist pearls do I need to leave this place?" "We won't be able to leave this place with a black mist pearl. We'll need godstones, a large number of them. We'll need 10 billion high-grade godstones to head to the immortal world, 10 million high-grade godstones to head to the divine world, and 1,000,000 high-grade godstones to head to other worlds," Fei Qing replied. When Yang Wu heard the value, he instantly felt a headache coming on. Besides that, he knew another important piece of news. It was actually possible to head to the immortal dimension here, but the price was ridiculously high, and it wasn't something that anyone could provide. 1,000,000 high-grade godstones were enough to bankrupt a deity. Yang Wu, as the patriarch of the Yang family and a god-level alchemist, had quite a number of divine stone on him. However, there was still a huge gap between him and 1,000,000 high-grade divine stone. "That's right. Do the people here need pills?" Yang Wu asked. "Yes, of course we do. We're in short supply, especially high-grade pills," Fei said with certainty. "That's good." Yang Wu smiled. "Commander, don't take out the pills you have to trade. This place is too dangerous. We don't have enough pills, and there aren't many alchemists here. Don't waste them so easily." Zhang Wei kindly reminded him. "And I understand. If you have any herbs on you, don't be in a hurry to take them out. It's best if you leave them and wait for me to come back. I might be able to give you a surprise." Yang Wu kept them in suspense and then sent them on their way back. After experiencing the shock of the black mist devil, they didn't have the heart to stay. They listened to Yang Wu's advice and started on their way back. They had gained too much this time. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't want to drag Yang Wu down, they really didn't want to leave. Other commanders were eager to have more subordinates stay and collect more resources for them. They didn't care about the life and death of their subordinates, but Yang Wu was different. Their existence would only affect Yang Wu's ability to obtain more resources. After all, the resources they were getting now were given to them by Yang Wu. Before they went back, they also told Yang Wu where the barren plains were dangerous and which places were dangerous. Only then did they reluctantly leave. After watching them leave, Yongwu breathed a sigh of relief. If I don't go now, I won't be able to keep my chastity. Yongwu was at the age where he was full of vigor, staying with these beautiful women all day long. It was already very Lu Xia Hui that he didn't make any mistakes. There were several nights when he meditated. There were female soldiers who wanted to throw themselves into his arms. If it weren't for the sacred mandala flower stopping them, they would have definitely thrown themselves into his arms. They were even more terrifying than some ferocious beasts. Yongwu restrained his emotions and began the next step of his plan. After this period of training, he had gradually adapted to the environment here. His Qi realm had quietly broken through to the celestial fish realm, and his perception had improved a lot. However, it was still not enough to deal with the complicated environment here. He needed to continue improving. The sacred mandala flower and blue demoness were his biggest trump cards. If he encountered something more terrifying than them, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, it was safer to improve his own strength. Thinking of this, Yongwu took out the holy stone from the Qinquan space and refined it to speed up his realm. He had a lot of resources, so it was too easy for him to improve his realm. He didn't even need to cultivate in peace. He just needed to cultivate the supreme 9 mysteries formula as he walked. He still walked the same path as before, polishing his strength to the limit of each realm before breaking through. He wasn't in a hurry to break through consecutively. Perhaps one day when he left this place, he would obtain an unexpected harvest. There are black fog devils, insect nests, origin magnetic pits, evil dragon pool, and other dangerous places on the plains. The more dangerous a place is, the more benefits one can obtain. However, these are not what I urgently need. What I need is mysterious essence Qi. I must find its whereabouts as soon as possible. Yongwu thought to himself. He repeatedly used the mysterious formula and mobilized other mysterious essence Qi, hoping to cause a commotion. Unfortunately, he still found nothing. Yongwu was very helpless. He could only continue to find some trouble with ferocious beasts. On the one hand, he could re-hone his combat skills and martial arts. On the other hand, he could collect more good things. He didn't want to give them away. Instead, he planned to keep them for himself. Continue to collect black fog pearls. This thing contains very pure soul power. It's something that the Ghost Clan likes. After Yongwu confirmed his goal, he became alert. In the following days, Yongwu encountered many poisonous creatures and attacks for ferocious beasts. Yongwu no longer used the protection of the sacred mandala flower. Instead, he began to polish his combat skills and martial arts. Especially when his strength was weak, he used Tai Chi Dao, which could often achieve the effect of the weak defeating the strong. In addition, he also gained a lot from repolishing various martial arts in the lower realms. Originally, the road he walked on was very smooth. When he walked on it again, the road was even smoother and there weren't too many bumps. Spear Dao, Sword Dao, Palm Dao, and Fist Dao were all comprehended over and over again. The explosive power was even more handy. After half a month of bitter cultivation, he seemed to have merged with the heaven and earth at all times. Every kind of Dao was at his fingertips. A ferocious beast with horns all over its body was knocked into the ground by him. There are already many saint-level ferocious beasts here, but there are also saint-level herbs everywhere. No wonder the various battalions are trying to find ways to come here. Collecting these saint-level herbs can allow me to earn contribution points faster and exchange them for the continuation of the body tempering technique. If I didn't have the Supreme 9 Mysteries technique, I'm afraid I would have to work for others like them in order to recultivate. Yongwu collected the herbs one by one, regardless of their level. When he returned to the city, he could start the days of refining pills and making money again. How could 1,000,000 high-grade divine stones be so easy to earn? If he found a divine level or a vein, he would become rich overnight. All of a sudden, he encountered the black mist devil again. They weren't coming for him. Instead, they were fighting with some other poisonous insects. The black fog demons formed a huge demonic face and constantly spewed out terrifying demonic fog. Large areas of wild grass withered. A peak saint-level insect king spat out venom to corrode the black fog demons. Thousands of poisonous insects gnawed at the black fog demons. The black fog demons were enough to give many life forms a headache, but the insect king in front of him was even more terrifying. It was actually eating the black fog demons. Xiao Man, do you know what kind of insect that is? Yang Wu asked the sacred mandala flower. That is one of the 10 ancient evil insects, the poison pecker insect. Its venom is incomparably overbearing and is only stronger than mine. If I encounter it, I can only run. Its insects will eat me clean. The sacred mandala flower said with a trace of fear. The sacred mandala flower was already one of the 10 ancient evil plants, but it was still afraid of this poison pecker insect. It could be seen that its venom was very overbearing and difficult to deal with. Yang Wu decisively left. Even if he had the blue enchantress divine flame, he didn't want to provoke these disgusting fellows. Unknowingly, Yang Wu came to a place that was releasing magnetic light. This was the source magnetic pit that Fei Qing and the others had mentioned. The source magnetic force that was shocking, and any life form that approached would be directly killed. It was the sharpest source magnetic force, and was one of the powers that sword cultivators desired the most. However, many sword cultivators were alive to see the source magnetic light, but not to refine it. At this moment, Yang Wu discovered that there were life forms not far from the source magnetic pit. They were sword cultivators from the Heaven Sword Camp. Most of the Heaven Sword Camp were cultivators. Their sword techniques were brilliant, and their battle strength was extraordinary. They were one of the top 3 camps among the 8 great camps. The people of the Heaven Sword Camp also discovered Yang Wu. Someone came forward and shouted, "This is the territory of the Heaven Sword Camp." Unrelated people, scram. The people of the Heaven Sword Camp were used to being domineering. Even outside the city, they still had an overbearing attitude. Yang Wu could sense a strong aura from this person. He was a Saint Realm cultivator and belonged to the Heaven Sword Camp. The Barren Plains is so big. Didn't you say that this is the territory of the Heaven Sword Camp? Yang Wu was speechless at these people who thought too highly of themselves. Just as that person was about to reply, someone cried out, "The source magnetic light is coming out. Quickly capture it." Chapter 1351. The metamagnetic pit was a dangerous place in the Barren Plains, but it was also a great opportunity. The metamagnetic pit contained boundless magnetic force. Once someone fell into it, they would be strangled to death by the magnetic force. The terrifying power released by the metamagnetic pit was enough to kill immortal-level beings. In addition, there would be metamagnetic light shooting out from the metamagnetic light from time to time. Every ray of metamagnetic light was a power that sword cultivators yearned for. Once it was refined into sword chi, it would definitely explode with super destructive power. Before this, the metamagnetic pit was like a lake rippling with magnetic force. Many beings could not easily get within 1 mile of it. If they got close, they would either be repelled or sucked in. If they were repelled, they would have a chance to live. If they were sucked in, they would be strangled to death. The Sky Sword Camp was 1 mile away from the metamagnetic light. They were all sword cultivators. If they could obtain a ray of metamagnetic light, their strength would increase greatly. They could also exchange it for more contribution points. The value of the metamagnetic light was even higher than the black demon orb. Yang would come here by accident. As soon as he was stopped by the Sky Sword Camp, he saw the metamagnetic light fly out. The metamagnetic light was like a meteor. It left the metamagnetic pit and shot up into the sky. It was extremely fast. With a flash of white light, it had already reached a very high distance. The Sky Sword Camp went crazy. They had waited for a long time. Finally, the metamagnetic light appeared. Sword Chinet, Blood Sword Hand, Aquarius Seal. The Sky Sword Camp members all used their own methods to suppress the ray of metamagnetic light. Hundreds of Sky Sword Camp members attacked together. The earth-shattering power rushed toward the metamagnetic light. Unfortunately, it was far slower than the metamagnetic light. They could only watch as the metamagnetic light flew away. At this moment, a figure soared into the sky. He was riding on a sword at an extremely fast speed. He also used a powerful technique to form a sword domain that blocked the metamagnetic light's path. Bang! The sword domain he formed could not stop the metamagnetic light. The moment the metamagnetic light collided, the sword domain's power was completely disintegrated. The metamagnetic light continued to fly away. I've waited for you for an entire year. How could I let you escape? You're mine. That person roared, and something flew out. It was a piece of cloth with bloodstains on it. It contained an astonishing power that blotted out the sky and forcibly absorbed the magnetic light. The origin magnetic light seemed to have a mind of its own. It kept crashing into the curtain, as if it could pierce through the curtain and escape at any time. Haha, quiet down. That person laughed maniacally, and all of his power converged into the screen, wanting to suppress the origin magnetic light. The origin magnetic light was indeed suppressed. That curtain was most likely a divine rank treasure. Otherwise, it would not have been able to suppress the origin magnetic light. However, before he could be proud of himself, light suddenly shot out from the origin magnetic pit, and rays of origin magnetic light shot out at the same time. Swoosh! The terrifying origin magnetic light carried an incomparably terrifying killing power as it wreaked havoc in this world. Some of the surrounding Heaven Sword Camp cultivators didn't even have time to react before the magnetic light swept past them. Their bodies were instantly pierced through and obliterated. They still didn't know what was going on. Puff, puff. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people were directly killed by the origin magnetic light. The deaths of these people not only didn't frighten the soldiers, but instead made them excited. So many origin magnetic light, quickly capture them. I want to get a wisp of origin magnetic light. Stop for me. These soldiers used all of their trump cards to capture the origin magnetic light. A wisp of origin magnetic light was equivalent to several years of their harvest. At the same time, a wisp of origin magnetic light shot towards Yang Wu's position. This wisp of origin magnetic light came too quickly. The Heaven Sword Camp cultivator in front of Yang Wu didn't even have time to react before his body was pierced through and exploded. Yang Wu also reacted, but unfortunately, it was already half a beat too late. The origin magnetic light had already reached his abdomen. It was too late for him to dodge, and his abdomen was pierced directly. It's over. Yang Wu's mind went blank. He really didn't think that he would have to endure such an unexpected disaster. The origin magnetic light's power was terrifying. No one under the Saint Realm could block it, and it could even kill deity-level creatures. Yang Wu's strength hadn't recovered yet, and even his great success, Saint Body, couldn't block the origin magnetic light's assassination. When he felt the sudden pain, the immortal immortality peach tree's power in his dantian floated and swallowed the origin magnetic light. Yang Wu's pain disappeared, and he was dumbfounded. The immortal immortality peach tree could even eat the origin magnetic light? After the origin magnetic light was absorbed by it, it said happily, "Master, you can go forward. This is origin magnetic power, and it's a great supplement for me." Yang Wu came back to his senses and said, "I don't want to die. What are you afraid of? I can guarantee that you won't die." The immortal immortality peach tree said domineeringly, "Forget it. My small body can't take it." Yang Wu decisively retreated. That origin magnetic light had almost scared him to death. If he walked into the origin magnetic pit now, wouldn't that be suicide? "Master, you can't do this. Don't you want more immortal liquid? I can give it all to you. As long as you come closer, I can absorb the origin magnetic power. I won't let it hurt you." The immortal immortality peach tree begged. Yang Wu was a little tempted. There weren't many opportunities for the immortal immortality peach tree to voluntarily give up immortal liquid. Even if it didn't take the initiative, he would still take it. When Yang Wu saw that a few more people had died, his courage was once again destroyed. Yang Wu turned around and fled. He felt that the origin magnetic pit seemed to be going crazy, and he had a bad premonition. "Master, don't go. I need all kinds of power to grow. The origin magnetic power is one of them." The immortal immortality peach tree continued to beg. Yang Wu ignored the immortal immortality peach tree and continued to run. Bang! Suddenly, There was an explosion of power from the Origin magnetic pit. Countless Origin magnetic power wreaked havoc for dozens of miles. The people from the Heaven Sword camp didn't even have time to escape. They were all killed by the Origin magnetic power. The commander of the Heaven Sword camp in the sky was so scared that his face turned pale. He used the cloth to cover his body and quickly ran away, but he was sent flying by the Origin magnetic power. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura withered. He turned around and vaguely saw a monster emerge from the pit. It was surrounded by the Origin magnetic power, and he couldn't see its appearance clearly. He vaguely saw that it was shaped like a turtle, but also like a hedgehog. It was surrounded by the Origin magnetic power, and it seemed to be swallowing the Origin magnetic power. He trembled. There's a living creature in the pit. The Origin magnetic pit was something that even deity-level experts didn't dare to enter. Now, he actually saw a living creature in the Origin magnetic pit. This was extremely shocking. Yang Wu ran very fast, but he also felt a wave hit him, shaking him to the point that he was tumbling away. He steadied himself and continued to run. Only when he felt that he was far away from the Origin magnetic pit did he calm down. He patted his chest and said, "That's too scary. What kind of living creature is that?" He also felt the living creature in the pit. It was an absolutely terrifying existence. If he had been any closer to the Origin magnetic pit, he would have definitely died. It might be an Origin magnetic beast. Only an Origin magnetic beast would occupy the Origin magnetic pit and swallow the Origin magnetic power. The immortal immortality peach tree replied. "How do you know all of this?" Yang Wu asked. "I'm an immortal tree. As long as I slowly grow, I'll know more." "Then why did you want me to go closer? Do you want me to die?" I didn't know about the Origin magnetic beast. It was a mistake. I almost died because of you. I used all of your immortal elixir to soothe my wounded heart. That's my sweat. Don't you think it's dirty?" Yang Wu felt even more hurt. He decided to endure it and change the topic. He asked the immortal immortality peach tree what kind of energy it needed to grow. The immortal immortality peach tree could answer any kind of high-grade energy. It would be best if it was immortal chi or immortal spring. Only then would it be able to grow smoothly. Suddenly, Yang Wu was speechless. He also wanted high-grade energy, but he couldn't get his hands on it. He could only let nature take its course. Yang Wu continued to wander through the plains. Finally, he found the black fog demons again. Some of the demons were enveloped by the black fog demons. Soon, many of them were swallowed by the black fog demons. Their bodies were left behind and taken over by the black fog demons, becoming their puppets. As expected of the scourge of the plains, without the power of Yang, how can I resist their swallowing? Yang Wu sighed in his heart. Just as Yang Wu was about to attack them, he suddenly saw them all rush into a demon's den. Yang Wu looked at the edge of the demon's den. There were a few flowers emitting a strange light. They had the face of a baby, and they were very lively. "Divine medicine," Yang Wu exclaimed as he took a deep breath. Only godly medicines had intelligence. These baby-face flowers were definitely godly medicines. Yang Wu wanted nothing more than to pounce over and snatch them. However, the aura of the demon's den was very terrifying. There were countless black fog demons inside, and there were also those demon race puppets guarding the entrance. It was impossible to get close. There are probably godly-level black fog demons inside, but I have blue enchantress. I can counter them. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yang Wu steeled his resolve and was about to rush over. Suddenly, a black snake raised its huge snake head from a direction. Its scarlet tongue flicked in and out, spitting out wave after wave of black fog. Wave after wave of weeds withered and died. He was so scared that he ran away without hesitation. The suppression that this black snake gave him was too terrifying. It was definitely not as simple as a godly-level creature. It was probably comparable to an overlord-level creature. Facing such a creature, he would be an idiot if he didn't run. Blind arrogance was seeking his own death. Yang Wu knew his own limits. He never forced himself to do anything risky. Unfortunately, when he changed directions, he encountered something even more tragic. He arrived at the area of the evil dragon pool. One by one, the evil dragons were staring at him, this little guy, with their eyes wide open. He had an impulse to faint. "Mother, save me." Chapter 1352. The divine firmament battlefield was a very wide place. It was like a world of space. No one could fully explore how vast this place was. It was filled with endless dangers. There was a boundless space of lightning, space of storms, and black holes. If one was unlucky and accidentally fell into one of these dangerous places, even a god-level creature would die. The human race's ancient city was a place where humans rested. It was filled with a mysterious power. It was a forbidden area where other dangerous creatures could not enter. In addition to the human race's ancient city, there were also the ancient cities of the foreign races, the ancient cities of the Yao race, the ancient cities of the demon race, and so on. Many of these ancient cities would take care of the living creatures. It was because of this that living creatures of various races would compete for resources in this place. They only had one goal, and that was to obtain the qualifications to cultivate here and return to the peak. Then they would leave this place and go to the divine world. Although it was said that this place could also lead to the divine world, no living creature could prove it. However, the path to the divine world did indeed exist. The barren plains was a dangerous place. However, compared to the other regions, it was considered a relatively safe place. There are also countless resources here. As long as one had the ability, they would be able to obtain something here. A young man was running in this dangerous place. He looked very miserable. This young man was Yang Wu. He had seen the terror of the barren plains. The living creatures here were much more terrifying than the ones in his medicine god palace. There were black fog demons, magnetic beasts, evil dragons, poisonous peckers, and so on. The human race did not dare to provoke any of these living creatures. Even he was not arrogant enough to ignore their existence. Yang Wu was also very capable. He had escaped from the clutches of these living creatures time and time again. If news of this spread out, it would be something to be proud of. However, he would definitely not tell others that he had been frightened by the evil dragon and had shouted, "Mother, save me." At that moment, Yang Wu had already restrained all of his aura. It was as if he had become one of the plants and trees here. He had blended into the environment. Many living creatures could not detect his existence. He had a secret technique that could restrain all of his life force. This was enough for him to survive in this place. Yang Wu was secretly laughing as he harvested all kinds of exotic flowers and grasses. In addition, the sacred mandala flower also found a small high-grade saint vein here, which was equivalent to 500,000 high-grade saint stones. It was a great harvest. After Yang Wu gained a lot, he found a quiet place to cultivate and let the sacred mandala flower protect him. He absorbed the power of the saint stones to increase his cultivation level. His cultivation level slowly increased, and everything happened naturally. After Yang Wu came out of seclusion, he decided to do something big again, stealing dragon eggs. When he went to the evil dragon pool, he saw the dragon eggs in the dragon nest. At that time, he wanted to steal those dragon eggs. However, after being discovered by many evil dragons, he was busy running for his life and did not dare to have any improper thoughts at all. Now, he was much bolder and prepared to set off for the evil dragon pool again. There were many evil dragons there, and many of them were extremely powerful. Even he did not dare to provoke them. He dared to go there again because he was going all out. If he obtained the dragon eggs, his dragon body might be able to improve further, or he might be able to make it into a baby dragon. It would be very cool to have an evil dragon as a mount. The evil dragon race was a branch of the dragon race and was on par with the flood dragon race. However, the evil dragon bloodline here was definitely more powerful than the flood dragon bloodline he had seen before. It retained its primitive feeling, and its combat strength was very powerful. The Black Fog Devil is very sensitive to the Black Fog Pearl. I believe that I can attract them. Then, I will have confidence in snatching the dragon eggs. Yang Wu held a few black beads and murmured with a smile. Thus, he concealed his aura and slowly headed toward the evil dragon pool. During this period of time, He repeatedly experimented and found that the black fog devil was very sensitive to the black fog pearl. Once they discovered it, they would quickly fly over. Yang Wu had also obtained 200 black fog pearls because he had killed 2 waves of black fog devils. It was because of this discovery that he had the courage to go and snatch the dragon eggs. In addition, there were not only the dragon eggs, but also the innate level weapon Dragon Vine Whip. These were all Yang Wu's targets. The barren plain was very big, and there were many dangerous places with godly medicines. Some places even had innate level weapons. There were opportunities and treasures everywhere, which made people reluctant to part with them. Yang Wu planned to get some magnetic light for the immortality peach tree after obtaining the dragon eggs and dragon vine whip. It was because he had tasted the sweetness of the metamagnetic light, and the immortality peach tree had separated a trace of the metamagnetic light for him to refine. Only then did he realize how tyrannical the metamagnetic light was. Even without a sword in his hand, he could still use his fingers as a sword and slash out the metamagnetic sword light. The power of the metamagnetic light was astonishing, and it was no less than when he was holding a battle weapon. Yang Wu approached the evil dragon pool. This was a black pool area that occupied a large area. The pool was surrounded by swamps that emitted waves of corrosive air. There were corpses floating on the swamps. Clearly, they were the remains of the evil dragon's food or the creatures that had accidentally entered this place and died. Dozens of evil dragons were in the pool. Some of them had small heads, some had huge wings, and some had tails that were like sharp spears. Their auras varied in strength. The strong ones were at least at the god level, and the weak ones were at least at the saint level. Who would dare to provoke them? Yang Wu approached carefully. Then, he handed a few black mist pearls to the sacred mandala flower. He asked her to sneak over and throw the black mist pearls beside the evil dragon pool to attract the black mist demons. When the black mist demons fought with the evil dragons, it would be the best time for him to get the dragon eggs and dragon vine whip. Yang Wu squatted behind a black giant and waited quietly. Black mist demons come quickly. The sacred mandala flower was a plant-type evil creature. It moved stealthily on the ground. Even the evil dragons could not discover its existence. Her flower vines slowly extended out and stuffed a few black mist pearls onto the shore of the evil dragon pool. The evil dragons here did not react much. After the sacred mandala flower did all this, one of the evil dragons waved its tail, and a wave of water came crashing towards her. The wave of water came crashing down like a whip, scaring the sacred mandala flower. She did not have time to retract her flower vines, and they were crushed by the wave. This guy has godly reflexes. Yang Wu was sweating for the sacred mandala flower. If he had been the one to go, that wave of water would have seriously injured him, if not killed him. Fortunately, the evil dragon did not care about the black mist pearls that had been sent to the shore. It continued to sleep in the water. When the sacred mandala flower returned to him, Yang Wu waited patiently for the show to begin. Sure enough, not long after, a cloud of black mist rushed in this direction. Before the black fog approached, the evil dragons in the pool raised their heads one after another. Water spurted out from their noses, and their wings flapped. They were clearly more vigilant. They were the overlords of this place. If other creatures dared to approach, they would kill them without mercy. It was clear that the black mist demons were this bold. They rushed over, and the black mist took the lead, enveloping the evil dragons with a strong corrosive power. Roar, roar. Suddenly, all of the evil dragons became angry. These black mist demons came to their territory and did not retreat, but they dared to provoke them. How could they tolerate this? Dragon roars sounded out, and then a domineering dragon aura and darkness powers clashed with the black mist demons. The black mist demons were indiscernible, and the evil dragons had strong bodies and domineering powers. When these two creatures collided, it was hard to tell who was stronger. Yang Wu said to the sacred mandala flower without hesitation, "You go and take the dragon vine whip, and I'll go and take the dragon vine whip." As a result, they all headed in the same direction. It was a dragon nest on the shore. There were countless dried branches placed together, forming a huge dragon nest. There were 3 dragon eggs placed inside, each of which was half the size of a human. There were dragon patterns on the eggshells, and they were filled with a mysterious aura. Not far from the dragon nest were dragon vines, and one of them had already transformed. It was about 10 meters long, and it was the Khanate weapon, Dragon Vine Whip. The sacred mandala flower grew vines and swept towards the 3 dragon eggs. Yang Wu raised the Big Dipper sword without hesitation and slashed at the Dragon Vine Whip's root. Every second counted, and he could not afford to hold back. Clang! Yang Wu cut off the Dragon Vine Whip's root, and the Dragon Vine Whip broke away from its growing position. Yang Wu could put it away. At that moment, the evil dragons nearby discovered his presence. They roared furiously, and a dark aura shot towards him. Yang Wu hurriedly ran. He dodged the dark aura as fast as he could. Bang! Yang Wu narrowly dodged the attack. His body was splashed with mud, and the force hit his face painfully. This evil dragon's strength was no less than his. The evil dragon wanted to swallow Yang Wu alive. Anyone who dared to steal from its territory must be tired of living. Just as it was about to chase after Yang Wu, it discovered that the dragon eggs were gone. Roar! Roar! It roared. Those were the dragon eggs it had laid. How bold of a lunatic to steal them from under its nose. The evil dragon chased after the sacred mandala flower. It flew up, and its mouth spat out terrifying attacks. It flapped its wings, and a sharp force strangled the sacred mandala flower. The sacred mandala flower was not close to the evil dragon. She only used the vines to take away the dragon eggs. When she was discovered, she quickly took them back. However, the evil dragon's attack was too fast. 2 of the dragon egg's vines were broken by the evil dragon's power. Only 1 dragon egg was successfully taken away. She did not dare to stay any longer and fled as fast as she could. The evil dragon clawed madly, and the dragon roared again and again, desperately chasing after the sacred mandala flower. The other evil dragons heard the sound and chased after them. Yang Wu was completely ignored. Chapter 1353. The battle between the Black Fog Demon and the Evil Dragon. This kind of battle wasn't rare. It caused a lot of commotion and affected a large area. Some of the weaker beasts in the distance were so scared that they hid. After Yang Wu put away the Dragon Vine Whip, he separated from the Sacred Mandala. The Evil Dragon's main firepower was on the Sacred Mandala, so she should be able to escape. Shao Man, you hang in there and escape this disaster. I will reward you. Yang Wu's heart was not sure, murmured a prayer. After Yang Wu left the evil dragon pool, he returned to his original place of seclusion and waited for the sacred mandala to return. He looked at the dragon vine whip in his hand. It was like a dragon's tendon, with dragon patterns and dragon joints. It was also suffused with a thick, evil dragon aura. One swing of the whip could explode a saint body. It could even threaten a divine body. Its level is no less than the innate Phoenix fan. Not bad, not bad. Yang Wu was very satisfied. In the transcendent realm, innate warriors were rare, but in the barren plains, it wasn't that hard to find one. Yang Wu waited for a long time, but the sacred mandala didn't return. He was a little anxious. Just as he was about to go find her, she finally returned. Master, you're too disloyal. The holy mandala flower grumbled when it returned. She was almost killed by the evil dragon. Fortunately, other beasts appeared and blocked the evil dragon, so she could sneak back. Yang Wu took the dragon egg and caressed it. He laughed dryly and said, I believe you'll be fine. You're stronger than me. The sacred mandala rarely complimented Yang Wu, so she released her petals and smiled. Of course. Let's go. Yang Wu put away the dragon egg and quickly left. The next step was to get the metamagnetic light. However, before he could get close to the metamagnetic pit, he sensed that someone was approaching him. A sharp sword chi was aimed at him. The opponent attacked him sneakily, obviously tried to kill him. Yang Wu's reaction was outstanding. He nimbly dodged the attack and threw out an arm shadow, smashing it towards the sneak attacker. The ambusher didn't expect Yang Wu to react so quickly. He couldn't dodge in time, and his chest was shattered by Yang Wu, causing him to fall to the ground. Yang Wu turned around and saw a soldier wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Sword Camp looking at him in panic. Moreover, he wanted to run away. Yang Wu didn't even want to say a word to him and kicked him. Yang Wu's kick accurately landed on the opponent's throat, killing him. How dare you ambush me? You got guts. Yang Wu picked up his opponent's Cosmos ring and continued towards the magnetic pit. There were no longer any signs of life in the vicinity. After the first eruption of the Origin magnetic pit, the boundless Origin magnetic force had wreaked havoc on the land within dozens of miles. The remaining Origin magnetic force still carried a terrifying destructive power, and ordinary creatures could not get close to it. Not long ago, a wave of soldiers from the Heavenly Sword Camp had almost been completely annihilated. The person who had just ambushed him was most likely a soldier who had luckily escaped and stayed in the vicinity to absorb the Origin magnetic force. Little Peach Tree, are you sure you can absorb the Origin magnetic force without alarming the Origin magnetic beasts? Yang Wu asked the immortal immortality Peach Tree. You still don't believe in my abilities? The immortal immortality Peach Tree swore. All right, I'll believe you for now. Yang Wu was still a little uneasy. The Origin magnetic beasts were too terrifying, and the Origin magnetic force was also very frightening. The slightest carelessness could result in death. Thus, before he got close, he put on a divine robe to give himself an extra layer of protection. This divine robe was one of the congratulatory gifts given to him when he became a divine apothecary. This time, the holy mandala flower didn't dare to follow him. The Origin magnetic force was too domineering. It could easily kill her, so she didn't dare to come into contact with it. Yang Wu didn't force her either. She had already done a great service by bringing back the dragon egg for him. He couldn't let her take any more risks. Yang Wu slowly approached the Origin magnetic pit. Strands of Origin magnetic force were absorbed by him. When these strands of Origin magnetic force entered his body, he felt as if he was being sliced apart. He had a saint body, so his toughness was extraordinary. Normal power wouldn't cause him any pain, but the Origin magnetic force in front of him had such an ability. It was enough to show how extraordinary it was. However, every time he absorbed a strand of Origin magnetic force, his Xian-Shi would become a lot more condensed. The power he could unleash would become even more powerful. If he could absorb a strand of Origin magnetic force, then it would be even more extraordinary. Yang Wu stopped not too far away from the Origin magnetic pit. He said to the immortal immortality Peach Tree, "We're already 2 miles away from the Origin magnetic pit. It's enough for you to absorb the Origin magnetic force. 2 miles is too far. I'll be able to absorb it once I'm within 1 mile, the immortal immortality Peach Tree said. Yang Wu shook his head like a rattle drum and said, I definitely can't go any further. The Origin magnetic beast is too strong. It can kill me in an instant. Master, don't be afraid. You have an immortal foundation, an immortal body, and I'll protect you. The Origin magnetic beast won't be able to kill you, the immortal immortality Peach Tree said. It paused for a moment and then said, Don't you want to cultivate the Origin magnetic sword aura? Yang Wu's belief was shaken. Therefore, he moved forward another half a mile. Come closer. What's there to be afraid of? The Origin magnetic beast isn't interested in flesh and blood. Yes. Grit your teeth. Master, you're the best. The Origin magnetic sword aura. That's the sword aura that can kill experts. It's invincible. Just like that, Yang Wu unknowingly walked to within 1 mile. His legs felt like they were trembling. The Origin magnetic beast was a terrifying beast that could kill a bunch of evil dragons. Its entire body was covered in Origin magnetic force. Who could stop it? The immortal immortality Peach Tree didn't ask for too much. It allowed Yang Wu to use the revered 9 Mysteries mantra to absorb the Origin magnetic force. At this point, Yang Wu was ready to throw caution to the wind. Origin magnetic beast, you can't sense my presence. You can't sense my presence. He used the revered 9 Mysteries mantra to its limit. A powerful suction force was released. Strands of Origin magnetic force continuously gathered towards him. The Origin magnetic force was like a knife. It cut into his body again and again, causing him to grimace in pain. Enduring the pain, Yang Wu channeled the magnetic force into his acupoints instead of his dantian. By channeling the magnetic force into his acupoints and strengthening his physique, he might be able to cultivate the magnetite body. Although this was an extravagant hope, this power could indeed improve one's body. It was much better than using it to increase one's cultivation level. The suction force of the revered Nine Mysteries mantra was too terrifying. A large amount of origin magnetic force surged towards him. If anyone saw this, they would be shocked. Even a Jade Moon expert wouldn't dare to absorb the origin magnetic force like this. At the same time, the immortal immortality peach tree swayed in Yang Wu's body. It released a strange, immortal energy. As it shared the origin magnetic force with Yang Wu, it was also absorbing the origin magnetic force. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ray of origin magnetic force shot towards Yang Wu like a rainbow. The origin magnetic force was too fast. It was less than 1 mile away in the blink of an eye. Yang Wu didn't have time to react. The origin magnetic force pierced his divine clothes, leaving a mark on them. Puff! Yang Wu's body flew backwards. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The immortal immortality peach tree released immortal light. It bound the origin magnetic force and dragged it into Yang Wu's body. The origin magnetic force entering one's body was a very painful thing. Yang Wu felt as if he had been split in half. Fortunately, this feeling was short-lived. The immortal immortality peach tree quickly refined it. As the origin magnetic force was refined, the immortal immortality peach tree grew noticeably larger. Again, the immortal immortality peach tree was extremely excited. It shouted and used its technique to absorb the origin magnetic force again. Rays of origin magnetic force shot out from the origin magnetic force. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 10 rays of origin magnetic force. Yang Wu felt like he was going to faint from fear. These origin magnetic force could turn him into a puddle of blood. Immortal light floated around his body. It immediately bound the origin magnetic force and swallowed it into his body. He screamed in pain, "Ah, Master, bear with it." The immortal immortality peach tree comforted him. It happily refined the origin magnetic force and absorbed the origin magnetic force that was rushing towards it. Yang Wu received very few benefits. He relied on his remaining rationality to shout, "Don't forget about my benefits. Don't worry, I won't forget about your benefits." Again, the immortal immortality peach tree replied. In the next instant, hundreds of rays of origin magnetic force and origin magnetic force shot out from the origin magnetic force. Yang Wu's face turned pale with fright. He jumped up from the ground, turned around, and ran. It wasn't that the origin magnetic beast had come out. It was just that the origin magnetic force was too terrifying. Even if he had Shun Yi, he would still be pierced into a hornet's nest. He felt like the immortal immortality peach tree didn't care about his life at all. It was too reckless. At the same time, the origin magnetic beasts were alerted once again. They let out strange cries. Large amounts of origin magnetic force flowed out from the origin magnetic force, and even more rays of origin magnetic force shot out. It was another riot. The area within a 10-kilometer radius was about to be turned into a land of death. Yang Wu was completely enveloped by the origin magnetic force and origin magnetic force. He was in despair. "Little peach tree, if you don't deal with them, I won't let you off." Yang Wu roared. The immortal immortality peach tree's immortal energy was still a little weak. It had absorbed most of the origin magnetic force and origin magnetic force, but there was still a portion of them that hadn't been absorbed. These energies started to wreak havoc in Yang Wu's body. In an instant, Yang Wu's 7 orifices started to bleed. Blood also started to seep out of his skin. His entire body was like a ceramic that was about to shatter. It was about to shatter. "Ah!" Yang Wu let out a miserable cry. He couldn't hold on any longer. "Master, hurry up and activate your immortal root." The immortal immortality peach tree cried out anxiously. It didn't want Yang Wu to die. If Yang Wu died, it wouldn't be able to live either. Its fate had long been tied together with Yang Wu's. Yang Wu was in so much pain that he lost consciousness. He didn't even know what an immortal root was. He could only instinctively circulate the revered Nine Mysteries mantra to absorb all these energies into his dantian. The immortal immortality peach tree was anxious. It released a ray of origin magnetic force and collided with the strand of immortal energy beside it. This strand of immortal energy was right above his dantian. It was the true source of Yang Wu's immortal body. When the immortal immortality peach tree's energy came into contact with it, the immortal energy started to circulate along with Yang Wu's revered Nine Mysteries mantra. Chapter 1354. Yang Wu had always thought that the wisp of immortal qi in his body was condensed after he swallowed the immortal peach pit, or was released by the immortal peach pit. In fact, neither was the case. That wisp of immortal qi was the immortal root that had been hidden in his body. After he swallowed the immortal peach pit, the immortal root was activated and he obtained an immortal body. The immortal root was a foundation that only those who were qualified to become immortals had. It was much more precious than many innate battle constitutions and divine constitutions. He had always thought that his cultivation talent was very ordinary. If Little Hay hadn't taught him the supreme nine mysterious arts, he wouldn't have been able to compare with Sun Do, Lu Ji, or even ordinary geniuses. In fact, this wasn't the case. It was just that he didn't know how to use the power of the immortal root, so he couldn't control it. When he used it, he discovered that it had endless mysteries that could help him increase his cultivation level faster and increase his combat power. The immortal root shook, and the immortal qi entered Yang Wu's meridians, smoothing out the damage caused by the magnetic light and magnetic force. It even swallowed the magnetic light and magnetic force. The immortal root also needed to swallow all kinds of energy to grow stronger. When most of the magnetic light and magnetic force were swallowed by the immortal root, Yang Wu felt much better. He woke up and used the body tempering technique to use the remaining energy to temper his body. He also gathered 2 wisps of magnetic light into the 2 acupuncture points on his left and right middle fingers. He was prepared to use the power of these 2 wisps of magnetic light to form a new talent, the magnetic sword finger. It had to be said that Yang Wu was very imaginative, and he was also very confident in his body. If an ordinary person gathered the magnetic light into their acupuncture points, the acupuncture points would explode and the 2 fingers would be crippled. However, Yang Wu didn't have such concerns. He was very confident in his great success, Saint Physique. When the 2 wisps of magnetic light entered the acupuncture points on his left and right middle fingers, Yang Wu felt that his 2 fingers were about to explode. The power of the magnetic light was very domineering. Could he absorb it with just 2 acupuncture points? Big, big, big. Yang Wu roared as he used his inner vision to observe the changes in his acupoints. He did everything he could to refine the magnetic light into his acupoints. The power of the acupoints was rotating endlessly, and it was dividing the power of the magnetic light bit by bit. The space it could absorb was also expanding. It was as if it was transforming into a holy body. It was dozens of times larger than before. Yang Wu's power was suppressed, so he couldn't really make his body bigger. However, his latent power couldn't be erased. It was still the power of a great success holy body. He gritted his teeth and almost fainted. Finally, he integrated the 2 magnetic lights into his acupoints. After the origin magnetic light fused into the 2 apertures, the 2 apertures shone brightly and once again became several tens to hundreds of times larger. They were beginning to awaken their innate abilities. Yang Wu's hands were trembling. His entire body was emitting a cold sneer. His face was pale, but he still had a smile on his face. It's done. The human body's potential was limitless. Whoever could force out the limits of their potential would be able to obtain unimaginable power. Yang Wu had used the origin magnetic light's power to force out the limits of his 2 middle fingers. He had forcefully awakened his innate abilities. Only he, who had a great success holy body, dared to use this kind of power. If it had been someone else, they would have fainted from the pain. They might have even crippled their fingers. it would be impossible for them to awaken their innate abilities. At the same time, the body-tempering technique gathered the remaining origin magnetic light's power into his acupoints, further strengthening his holy body. His Xianqi realm had also unknowingly reached the high-level heavenly fish realm. It wouldn't be long before he recovered to the dragon transformation realm. After Yang Wu dealt with the hidden dangers in his body, he adjusted his breathing. Once he recovered, he quickly left the place. At the same time, he used his inner vision to look at the wisp of celestial qi in his body. He asked the immortal peach tree, "Little peach tree, did you say that I have a celestial root? What is that?" Yang Wu really didn't know anything about celestial roots. Little Hay had never told him about it. The immortal peach tree replied, "The celestial root is the same as me. It has the potential to become a celestial." Yang Wu froze for a moment before asking, are you saying that I have a celestial body?" "It's not a celestial body. Once you understand how to use the celestial root to cultivate, you will slowly cultivate a celestial body. Right now, you only have the body of the celestial root. You don't have a real celestial body," the immortal peach tree replied. Then it added, "However, in the words of the human race, you can still be considered a celestial body. Didn't I come into being after the peach pit entered my body? I don't have that kind of power. It's because you have a celestial root that I was born. If you didn't have a celestial root, I wouldn't have been able to grow." "I see." Yang Wu froze for a moment. Then he came back to his senses and laughed maniacally. "Haha, I have a celestial body. I have a celestial body." A celestial body was a heaven-defying constitution. It could be said that there might not even be one celestial body or celestial seed among billions of creatures. Even though Yang Wu didn't know much about celestial bodies, he was still very happy about it. Once upon a time, he was envious of the battle constitutions of the skinny monkey and the beautiful strategist. As long as they cultivated properly, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, he had relied on the celestial art that Little Hay had taught him and all sorts of fortuitous encounters to grow to where he was today. He always felt lucky. Now that he found out that he had a celestial body, he was really happy. Yang Wu then asked the immortality peach tree how to use the power of the celestial root. However, the immortality peach tree didn't know. It wasn't as knowledgeable as Little Hay. The memories it had were all inherited knowledge as it grew up. Yang Wu then asked the divine weapon Electric Fork, "Electric Fork, do you know how to use the power of the celestial root?" "Yes." The divine weapon Electric Fork answered coolly. "Hurry up and tell me." Yang Wu couldn't wait any longer. "Why should I tell you?" the divine weapon Electric Fork asked. Yang Wu almost choked to death upon hearing the divine weapon Electric Fork's words. He was its master. Shouldn't it tell him some things? "It's not impossible for me to tell you. Come with me to a place, and I will tell you." "Where to?" "I can feel that there's a very powerful lightning energy in this world. I need to replenish a large amount of lightning energy. Go there and absorb the lightning energy, and I will tell you how to use the power of the celestial root." "The lightning space. That place is a dangerous place. With me around, how can it be a dangerous place? You should learn how to control the lightning energy. You're still too weak." "All right, we will go there next time. Let's go now." "Who do you think you are?" "I am your master. I'm going back to the city now. It's up to you whether you want to tell me or not." Yang Wu was furious. He shouted and didn't care about the divine weapon Electric Fork anymore. The other party actually dared to put on airs in front of him. He still didn't know what the relationship between them was. There were many secrets in the ancient city. Yang Wu planned to go back and investigate. What he wanted to do the most was to leave this place as soon as possible. Yang Wu walked out of the desert plain. He continued to collect herbs along the way. He also slowly absorbed the power of the void and raised his cultivation level. He continued to encounter spirit demons and devils. These were all people whose realms had been suppressed, but their physiques were stronger than humans. When they saw Yang Wu alone, they did not hesitate to attack him. In the end, they all met with tragedy. Yang Wu showed no mercy to those who were beaten to death and robbed of those who were robbed. He had wanted to tame a spirit demon as a mount. but it would rather die than submit. He let it die. Yang Wu also used his new innate power, the magnetic sword finger. The power gave him a big fright. He was only at the celestial fish realm, but the magnetic sword finger was able to directly cut down the Saint Realm Devil Clan creatures. At the time, even he was stunned by that sword. He couldn't help but say, "So cool." Yang Wu happily returned to the ancient city hall. At this time, there were 2 battalions in the ancient city hall forcing the Princess Battalion to abdicate. The Empress Battalion had cheated the Wild Lion Battalion and the Divine Arrow Battalion of 600 men each. Many of them had been killed, while the rest had been plundered. These people expressed their dissatisfaction, especially when they saw that the 1,000 female soldiers had returned safely. In the ancient city hall, no one was allowed to kill without permission. Otherwise, they would be punished. This was the rule, and the people from the 2 camps did not dare to go too far. They just blocked the entrance of the Empress Battalion every day and cursed at them, harassing the people of the Empress Battalion. At first, the Empress Battalion could still hold it in. Some of them exchanged for the 2nd stage of the Void Tempering Art. After their strength increased by a lot, they accepted the challenge of the 2 battalions. This was the way to resolve their grudges. The Wild Lion Battalion and the Divine Arrow Battalion each occupied an arena, waiting for the Princess Battalion to challenge them. If they didn't challenge, they would shout vulgarities every day. Just like that, a portion of the female soldiers who went up to challenge were left behind in the arena. Perhaps they were molested or violated by their opponents, which infuriated everyone in the Empress Battalion. During this period, more than a dozen of the Princess Battalion had died in battle. Some of them were seriously injured and humiliated by their opponents. However, they only killed 1 or 2 of their opponents. The gap in strength was too big. After all, after the princess disappeared, many heavenly general-level commanders were killed. Now, only Majaya, who was still a heavenly soldier, and a dozen heavenly soldier commanders were left. Even if the others obtained the 2nd stage of the void tempering technique, they wouldn't be able to improve their strength so quickly. On this day, Fei Qing and Fei Yu appear in person. After obtaining the 2nd stage of the void tempering art, they had been in seclusion. Finally, they reached the Saint Realm and were considered celestial soldiers. In the 2 arenas, 2 celestial soldiers from the Wild Lion Battalion and the Divine Arrow Battalion were fighting with them. On the Wild Lion Battalion's side, there was a one-eyed heavenly soldier. His nickname was One-Eyed Dragon. This person cultivated in external martial arts, and his body was incomparably tough. He was completely unafraid of clashing head-on with Fei Qing. He forced Fei Qing to retreat repeatedly, gaining the upper hand. "Little girl, you don't look good and your strength is a mess. Hurry up and admit defeat. I'll be merciful and let you go. As long as you serve me for one night, it'll be enough." One-Eyed Dragon looked at Fei Qing with a wretched expression. Fei Qing ignored him and continued to patiently look for his weakness, hoping to take him down. On the other side, Fei Yu was also at a disadvantage. Her opponent slapped her buttocks repeatedly. "Papa." She was so embarrassed that she wanted to cry out. "Your buttocks feel so good. Come, twist it harder. Brother likes it." Fei Yu's opponent teased her. Chapter 1355. In front of the ancient city hall's arena, there were people from all the major battalions watching. A series of vulgar voices rang out one after another. "Rat is too bad. He hit her, but until it's swollen, but he doesn't know how to be gentle with her. One-Eyed Dragon isn't any better. That guy almost grabbed her breasts a few times. If I had known earlier, I would have gone up." Although these 2 sisters aren't very good-looking, their figures are definitely top-notch. Just thinking about it makes me drool. They have become heaven-ranked soldiers and are not weak. Unfortunately, they haven't completely consolidated their strength and are still weak in absorbing the void. They are destined to lose this battle. On the Empress Battalion's side, every female soldier's expression was extremely ugly. As the 2nd commander of the Empress Battalion, Mi Jiaya's expression was the worst. She couldn't wait to rush up and chop those 2 vulgar guys into pieces. They were too much. If Empress was still in the battalion, even the other 7 leaders wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. "Empress, where are you?" Mi Jia missed her leader very much. If Empress still didn't appear, the Empress battalion would soon be replaced by someone else. The more Fei Qing and the one-eyed man fought, the more furious they became. The one-eyed man relied on his slightly stronger strength and kept suppressing her. He even repeatedly grabbed at her sensitive parts, forcing her to be battered and exhausted. She kept thinking in her heart, calm down, calm down. When the opportunity arises, I will definitely cripple his other eye. Fei Qing was completely on the defensive. Her mace kept spinning and blocking one-eyed dragon's iron spade blade. Do you really think you can block my attacks? I will take you down in 3 moves. One-eyed dragon roared. The iron spade blade's power increased and condensed into a huge shadow, stabbing at Fei Qing furiously. The spade blade was like a crescent moon. A crescent moon-like power blasted toward Fei Qing, forcing her to take it head-on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Fei Qing gave a loud shout, her arms brandishing her mace against the shovel blade ray, shattering the power of this move. She was shaken to the point that the mace in her hand almost slipped out of her hands. Arc spade blade upside down. One-eyed dragon's second move came. Compared to the first move, this move had the agility of an antelope's horn and went straight for Fei Qing's vital parts. It was obvious that the one-eyed dragon was going all out to take down Fei Qing. Fei Qing's eyes flashed with a trace of desperation. She then used all her strength to exchange blows with the one-eyed man. Bang! The mace in Fei Qing's hand flew out as blood gushed out from the web between her thumb and index finger. She retreated continuously and almost fell out of the arena. The female soldiers of the Empress Battalion were all worried. The one-eyed man rushed in front of Fei Qing like a shadow. He stretched out a hand and grabbed at Fei Qing's chest. He didn't hide his greedy desire at all. Fei Qing seemed to have accepted her fate. She was unable to block the one-eyed man's wretched move. The spectators at the side of the arena felt suffocated. They wished they could rush up and replace the one-eyed man so that they could have a taste of that wonderful feeling. Just as the one-eyed dragon was about to succeed, Feng Yun broke through. Fei Qing's fingers pierced towards the one-eyed dragon's other eye. Everyone was shocked. No one would have thought that Fei Qing would be so ruthless when one-eyed dragon was taking advantage of the situation. The one-eyed man's pupils shrank and his face tilted to the side. The one-eyed man's cheek was still pierced by Fei Qing. His cheekbone caved in and he screamed in pain as he retreated. Die! Fei Qing's killing intent surged. She chased after him and crazily attacked him with both palms. Wolf-breaking palm. Although Fei Qing was a woman, the combat skills she cultivated were known for their strength. Her attacks were firm and fierce. Her palms were filled with murderous intent and had astonishing destructive power. The one-eyed man was hit by several palms consecutively. His body was sent flying, and he had lost all his advantages. How dare you take advantage of me? I'll beat you to death. Fei Qing screamed. All of her emotions were released at this moment. She slapped the one-eyed man one after another and killed him. Fei Qing was shocked. She was shocked. The tragic one-eyed man lost his life for the sake of a momentary thrill. The soldiers of the Empress Battalion cheered, while the soldiers of the other battalions were silent. Fei Qing's desperate counterattack made everyone feel deep veneration. What was the big deal about being taken advantage of by a dead man? Just as Fei Qing was about to walk down the arena, someone from the Wild Lion Battalion challenged her. She rejected him. Do you want to take advantage of me too? Not a chance. On the other side, Fei was being harassed by the wretched guy nicknamed Rat. His speed was too fast, and he took advantage of it. Moreover, he was not tall and could only move around. She could not hurt him. She was always being taken advantage of by him. It was too frustrating. Are you still a man? Don't you find it embarrassing to hide here and there? Fei simply scolded him with disdain. Won't you know if I'm a man or not when you sleep with me? Rat laughed wretchedly. After a pause, he laughed and said, Don't be in a hurry to admit defeat. I haven't used my true strength yet. I won't step down until I kill you. Fei was already enraged. She shouted and unleashed a powerful combat skill. Her mace covered every corner of the arena. She wanted to beat her opponent to death. But the other party was like a mouse, hiding here and there, dodging her attacks again and again. He even bullied her from behind and slapped her, but it was really too shameless. Majaya shouted, "Feya, don't force yourself. Just surrender." "I won't surrender until I beat him to death," Feya said stubbornly. She was being harassed in public. If she did not kill him, she would not be human. At the moment she was distracted, Rat's eyes turned cold. A hidden weapon quietly shot out. Feya was caught off guard. Her right arm was hit. Blood seeped out, and poison seeped in her body. She suddenly felt that something was wrong. "It's time to end this," Rat said coldly. He rushed out and hit Feya's abdomen with a tricky fist. Feya was sent flying like a bow. After Rat succeeded in his attack, he quickly chased after her and bombarded her wildly. He no longer had that wretched and flirtatious look from before. Instead, there was only a strong sense of hostility. "If you want me to die, then you should die first, you bitch." Feya surrenders. "We surrender." Fei Qing saw that Feya was in danger and shouted anxiously, "Sister Feya surrenders." The people of the Empress Battalion also shouted. Feya did not have such a chance. Rat was determined to kill her. He would not give her a chance to surrender. He grabbed Feya's throat. She did not even have a chance to speak before Rat beat her up. The people of the Empress Battalion looked at Feya being beaten up. They were all heartbroken. "Stop fighting. We are willing to surrender." "You bastard. How can you be so cruel? We won't let you go. You have already surrendered, but you still treat Sister Feya like this. You are an inhumane beast. Beast, let her go. We surrender." "Stop shouting. If you shout again, I will even tear off her clothes for everyone to see." Rat grabbed Feya and replied to the people of the Empress Battalion. The people of the Empress Battalion instantly quieted down. The other party might really do such a thing. "Let her go. We surrender." Majaya looked at Rat and said in a low voice, "It will only count if she surrenders. If she doesn't, I won't be in a hurry to win." Rat laughed. "Yes, don't be in a hurry to win. Strip her naked and let everyone feast their eyes." Someone jeered. "That's not good. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist swinging my left hand." "Forget it. Leave some leeway. We will meet again in the future." Fei Qing walked out and said, "Let my sister go. You can do whatever you want to me." Fei Qing and Feya had a deep sisterly relationship. They had relied on each other since they were young and had suffered a lot. They gradually grew up and became people above others. They wanted to reach a higher realm and become gods one day. Fei Qing did not want to see her sister die before her. "Haha, if you both serve me as my husband, I will consider letting her go." Rat licked his lips and said. Fei Qing was so angry that her whole body trembled. She did not know how to respond. "Zwashilai, is your divine arrow battalion really going to do this?" Majaya shouted at a commander of the divine arrow battalion. She then said, "We are willing to compensate. Let her go." Zwashilai was a man who looked to be in his early 30s. He was tall and had an outstanding temperament. There were many people of the divine arrow battalion beside him. It was obvious that he had an extraordinary status. "I don't have the right to interfere in the matters of the arena." Zwashilai crossed his arms and said playfully. He paused and said, "Of course, if you are willing to compensate sincerely, I am willing to persuade Rat to let her go. How about 1,000 saint contribution points?" Majaya offered. 1,000 saint contribution points was equivalent to 100,000 low-grade saint stones. It was not low. It only cost 10,000 saint contribution points to exchange for the second stage of the void tempering technique. This was a tenth of the price. "Haha, a divine soldier is only worth this much? It seems like you're not sincere. Rat, get rid of her." Zwashilai laughed. "Wait, we are willing to compensate you with 3,000 saint contribution points. We can't go any higher. You should know that this is the highest value a divine soldier can have. After all, life is the most worthless thing here. You can die at any time. If Feya dies, we will find another chance to avenge her. I don't believe you will stay in the ancient city forever," Majaya said in a deep voice. This time, Zwashilai wavered. Indeed, no one's life was particularly valuable in the divine cloud battlefield. There were too many dangerous places here. People could die at any time. What was the value of death after death? 3,000 Saint contribution points was not low. Zwishilai looked at Rat questioningly. Rat replied, 3,000 Saint contribution points is fine, but I want her to stay with me for a night. I will return her to you tomorrow. Impossible, Mijaya and Fei Qing said in unison. If Rat slept with Feiya, how could she face people in the ancient city in the future? That would be worse than killing her. Then I can ruthlessly destroy the flower. Rat wiped away his anger and said. When Mijaya, Fei Qing, and the others didn't know what to do, a cold voice sounded from another direction. If you dare to kill her, no one here can protect you. Chapter 1356. Yang Wu had returned. As soon as he returned to the ancient city, he found that Fei Qing was being beaten up in the arena. His mood was as heavy as a dark cloud, and he was extremely angry and uncomfortable. Although he had only known Fei Qing and Feiya for 2 months, he still got along well with them, especially since they were all from the same battalion, and they were his soldiers. How could he allow others to bully them like this? When Yang Wu spoke, everyone's gaze turned towards him. Many people immediately recognized Yang Wu. This is the guy who killed our men. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have been robbed. Yes, Commander Zhou was killed by him. Commander Zhou, you must avenge him. He is very arrogant and strong. Moreover, he is full of evil tricks. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have fallen into his trap. Yes, we must take him down and avenge our brothers. Most of the soldiers here were from the Wild Lion Battalion and the Divine Arrow Battalion that Yang Wu had let go. When they saw Yang Wu, they couldn't wait to rush up and chop Yang Wu into pieces. The resources that they had accumulated with great difficulty had been robbed. Their hearts were filled with unwillingness and anger. They only dared to shout here. No one dared to attack Yang Wu. Instead, they opened a path for Yang Wu, allowing him to walk to the front of the arena. When the people of the Empress Battalion saw Yang Wu, many of them shouted, Commander Wu is back. Commander Wu, quickly think of a way to save Sister Feiya. Yes, that guy is too disgusting. He took advantage of Sister Feiya and even wanted to kill her. Many of Yang Wu's subordinates were here. They had long admired Yang Wu. They also believed in him very much. Yang Wu's prestige was even higher than Mijaya's. TSK, who do you think you are? A newcomer also dares to be rampant here. Do you believe that I will directly take her on the stage? What do you do to me then? Rat said with a perverted expression. Every arena here was protected by the ancient city palace. Before the victor was decided, no one was allowed to interfere. Otherwise, they would be punished. This was also the reason why Rat had no misgivings. Rat, kill her. Zwishilai crossed his arms in front of his chest and said coldly. When Yang Wu had appeared, he had already wiped away his killing intent. Zhou Tianyin was his right-hand man, but he had actually lost his life in Yang Wu's hands. His killing intent had been triggered. I'm willing to exchange 3 black mist pearls for her life. Yang Wu hurriedly shouted. He took out 3 black mist pearls and placed them in front of everyone. Instantly, the surrounding people had greedy looks on their faces. The black mist pearl was not only a top-grade pearl that the ancient city hall needed, but it was also a pearl that they desired. It had a unique and miraculous effect. Yang Wu taking out 3 at once really made their eyes burn with greed. Is it really a black mist pearl? Rat asked with a doubtful expression. If it really was a black mist pearl, he also did not want to miss it. 3 black mist pearls for the woman in his hands was worth it. 5 black mist pearls, and we will let her go. Zwishilai said, Are you crazy? 1 black mist pearl is enough. You actually want 5? Mijaya said loudly. Yang Wu shook his head and said, I only have 3. If you want to trade, then trade. If you don't want to trade, then just kill her. In any case, she's just my subordinate. In my eyes, she's only worth this much. Do you want her or not? Yang Wu's indifferent expression made Rat not dare to bargain. He hurriedly replied, Exchange. I'm willing to exchange. Zwishilai also knew that there was no room for negotiation. He could only agree to Rat's decision. Just like that, Yang Wu exchanged Feiya's life back. After Fei Qing took Feiya, she looked at Yang Wu gratefully and said, Commander Wu, from now on, both of us sisters will be your people. Yang Wu waved his hand and said, You are my subordinates. It is normal for me to protect you. Mijaya looked at Yang Wu and said with a smile, Welcome back. Let's go back to the camp first. What's the rush? The only man in your Empress battalion is back. Shouldn't you fight in the arena? Swashilai said provocatively. Then, the people of the Divine Arrow Battalion started to jeer. The only man in the Empress battalion. If you have the guts, then fight in the arena. Many women in your Empress battalion have been killed by us. Shouldn't you stand up for them? He must be a coward. With so many women serving him, why would he be willing to die? If it were me, I wouldn't be willing to fight either. The women of the Empress battalion can fight in his place. I like the big breasts and big buttocks. I can have *CK her by myself. Ha! These despicable provocations made the people of the Empress battalion very embarrassed. The people of the other battalions were watching a good show. They also wanted to see Yang Wu fight. They wanted to see what was so great about this rising newcomer. Yang Wu, don't be fooled by them. Let's go back, Mijaya reminded. Fei Qing also said, They're scum who only know how to bully women. Commander Wu, come back with us first. Yang Wu ignored them. Instead, he looked at the people of the Divine Arrow Battalion and sneered. Losers dare to bark here. You really overestimate yourselves. When Yang Wu finished speaking, he flew up to the arena and said in a clear voice, Today, I, Yang Wu, will challenge you trash. Yang Wu's tone was not small. It instantly stunned the people of the Divine Arrow Battalion. The people of the other battalions jeered and encouraged the people of the Divine Arrow Battalion to go up to the arena. The people of the Empress Battalion became nervous. They knew that Yang Wu was not ordinary, but there were many experts in the Divine Arrow Battalion. They were worried that something would happen to Yang Wu. Yang Wu, come down quickly. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Mijaya said anxiously. Don't worry. I really don't care about trash like them, Yang Wu said with an arrogant look on his face. Crazy, arrogant enough. Rat, why don't you go up and fight with him again? Zwashilai shouted and looked at the rat who had just dealt with Feiya. Rat hesitated for a moment and said with a smile, Commander, I just fought a big battle and am a bit exhausted. You should send someone else. Yang Wu's momentum was like a rainbow. Moreover, he had killed many celestial soldiers. He must be very strong. Without a celestial soldier, anyone who went up would die. I was very cautious. Of course, he wouldn't take the lead. I will wring his head. A man with scars all over his body shouted and stepped onto the arena. When this man appeared, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This person wasn't from the Divine Arrow Battalion, but a fierce person from the Wild Lion Battalion. His nickname was Scar. He had experienced hundreds of battles and had a fearless spirit. His hands were stained with many lives. The people of the Wild Lion Battalion shouted, Commander Scar, do your best. Wring his head. Scar was at the 4th level of the Star Rune Realm. His fighting strength was comparable to that of a 6th-level Star Rune Realm expert. He was a ruthless person in the Celestial Soldier Realm. A worried look flashed across Mijaya's face as she thought to herself, Yang Wu is in trouble. When the people of the Empress Battalion saw Scar enter the arena, they broke out in cold sweat for Yang Wu. Few people in the Empress Battalion could be Scar's opponent. They feared that Yang Wu was doomed. Yang Wu ignored Scar and asked Mijaya, Is it fine to kill someone in the arena? Mijaya was stunned for a moment. She nodded and said, It's fine. Then if I kill him, will everything on him belong to me? Yes. Then I can rest assured. When the people around heard Yang Wu's words, they stared at Yang Wu with wide eyes. They exclaimed in their hearts, This guy is too confident. Scar's fierce reputation spread far and wide. He was considered one of the top figures in Ancient City's temple. Yang Wu dared to ignore him. In their eyes, he was very bold. Scar twisted his joints and looked at Yang Wu. He wiped away his hostility and said, You haven't seen my methods. It's normal for you to say that. When you know my methods, it will be too late to take back your words. Is that so? Then make your move. Let me see what you can't do. Yang Wu calmly replied. Then I won't be polite. Scar responded. He stamped his feet and pounced forward like a lion. His hands formed into claws and clawed at Yang Wu's neck. Broken neck claw. The claw print carried a dense, killing intent. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Yang Wu's neck. Once he grabbed it, he could break Yang Wu's neck. Everyone felt that Yang Wu was too arrogant. When they thought that Yang Wu would be caught, they discovered that Scar had only caught Yang Wu's afterimage. "You're too slow. You can't catch me like this." Yang Wu appeared behind Scar and said. Scar was slightly surprised. He turned his hand and grabbed at Yang Wu. Bone claw. The claw shadow clawed at Yang Wu's shoulder. He wanted to break Yang Wu's shoulder bone. This time, Scar released his aura and locked down Yang Wu's surroundings. He didn't want to give Yang Wu a chance to escape. He had to defeat his enemy in one move. "Too slow. You're not even as fast as a snail, yet you dare to be arrogant in front of me. I really don't know where your courage comes from." Yang Wu still managed to break through the seal of his imposing manner and dodge Dao Ba's attack. Scar continued to be calm. He exploded with even more power and increased the speed of his attacks. In his heart, he shouted, "Tear this kid's mouth off. Calling you a snail is already giving you a lot of face. Even if I stood still, you wouldn't be able to touch my hair. Your attacks are too embarrassing. Hurry up and use your real strength. Otherwise, you'll die as soon as I make my move. Forget it. I'll be merciful and let you surrender. I'm afraid that if I make my move, you won't be able to live." Yang Wu dodged Scar's attacks again and again. He kept mocking Scar. Finally, Scar's state of mind was broken. "Trash, you dare look down on me? I'll kill you," Scar roared. He finally used his ultimate skill. 1,000 claws tearing the heavens. A pair of claws appeared in Scar's hands. He exploded with 120% of his strength. The claws fell from all directions, tearing deep cracks in space. The attack was incomparably terrifying. The arena wasn't big. Scar used his full strength. Every corner of the arena was filled with claw shadows. Yang Wu had nowhere to run. Everyone watched Scar use his full strength. They also wanted to see if Yang Wu had any room to dodge. "What weak strength? I'll cripple you with one punch." Chapter 1357. When Yang Wu's voice fell, a ferocious fist broke through the layers of claw shadows. It smashed through the claw shadows with an unstoppable force. The fist was like a dragon's head. It arrived in front of Dao Ba and landed solidly on his chest. Bang! Puff! Dao Ba's chest caved in from the punch. Blood spurted out crazily. His body flew out of the arena like a cannonball. The people at the side of the arena were shocked. Many people dodged. Some people from the Wild Lion Battalion rushed forward to catch Dao Ba. Unfortunately, they were still sent flying by a powerful force. They landed heavily on the ground far away. Dao Ba was already dead. Yang Wu appeared beside him. He carried Dao Ba's corpse back to the arena. "Stop!" The person who had just saved Dao Ba shouted. Yang Wu did not hear him at all. He returned to the arena and searched Dao Ba's body for a while. He stripped Dao Ba naked and took away everything on him. Only this much. What a waste of this young master's strength. Yang Wu kicked Dao Ba's corpse out of the arena and said with disdain. Yang Wu's ruthlessness did not intimidate the others. Instead, it aroused the anger of the Wild Lion Battalion. "What a vicious beast. You killed Dao Ba's commander and let him leave in such an undignified manner. You are not human. Go and take revenge for Dao Ba. You must teach him a lesson. Inhumane thing. You robbed Dao Ba's harvest. Those are our Wild Lion Battalion's things." The Wild Lion Battalion people shouted. However, no one dared to challenge Yang Wu. Yang Wu's performance was too strong. Ordinary celestial soldiers did not dare to challenge him. Dao Ba was already an example. Everyone was worried that they would follow in his footsteps. However, there was no lack of experts in the ancient city hall. The Wild Lion Battalion also did not lack hot-blooded people. A soldier with a strong physique walked forward and shouted, "I will kill you." It's Gu Chong. He actually dares to go up and challenge. Does he not want to live anymore? Someone recognized the identity of the soldier who went up and cried out involuntarily. Gu Chong's strength isn't weak. Compared to Commander Dao Ba, he's still a bit weaker. Why does he dare to go up? Another person asked doubtfully. Yang Wu didn't agree with their words. When he looked at the person who came up, he felt that there was something different about him. The other party's body was bronze in color and was filled with explosive power. He was someone with a strong physique. The man didn't say anything after he came up. He quickly walked towards Yang Wu and raised his fist to attack Yang Wu. "Show me the true way of the fist," Gu Chong said with a look of extreme desire. He was a martial artist who pursued fist Dao. Just now, Yang Wu's overbearing fist energy had made his blood boil. He wanted to have a real fight with Yang Wu. When Gu Chong made his move, everyone felt a powerful aura. It was definitely not something that Dao Ba could compare to. This guy hid his strength very well. He was a celestial soldier who was even stronger than Dao Ba. Yang Wu felt that the other party's fist technique contained the fist Dao. The power was not weak. He didn't hesitate to throw out a punch to meet the attack. Bang! The two fists collided and there was a dull sound. A figure was sent flying. It was Gu Chong, who had just gone up to challenge Yang Wu. His arm was twisted and bleeding. It was obvious that he had been injured by Yang Wu. "I admit defeat." This guy surrendered decisively. Yang Wu was completely stunned when he saw the other party jump off the arena. The other party's punch just now was very strong. It could definitely injure a top saint-level expert. Unfortunately, it was still a little weak in front of him. If the other party was at his peak, he might be even stronger. The other onlookers didn't expect Gu Chong to admit defeat so quickly, but no one dared to say anything. After all, his arm was broken. He was really inferior. However, they all remembered Gu Chong, this number one figure. "I'll kill you." Just as Gu Chong was defeated, someone from the Divine Arrow camp finally stood up. A heavenly soldier wearing battle armor descended from the sky. He held a Zamadeo in his hand. He released a domineering aura, displaying the demeanor of a true heavenly soldier. It's Commander Min Meng. He has returned from outside the battlefield. This is going to be a good show. Commander Min Meng is second only to Commander Zhua. He has the qualifications to attack the heavenly generals. He will definitely be able to kill Yang Wu. I beg Commander Min Meng to kill this arrogant newcomer. This was a saint-level expert who had reached the 6th level of the Star Rune realm. He was quite popular in the ancient city hall. Min Meng shook his Zamadeo and pointed at Yang Wu. He shouted, "Kneel down and submit to me. I will spare your life." Yang Wu picked his ear and said, "Your fart is really smelly." "What did you say?" "I said your fart is really smelly. It almost made me faint." "How dare you?" Min Meng shouted. He raised his Zamadeo and slashed at Yang Wu. 3 sabers, 6 slashes. 3 shadows of war sabers appeared on the stage, and each of the war sabers used the double chop. Layers upon layers of chi waves blasted towards Yang Wu. The strength of a person at the 6th level of the Star Rune realm was very threatening. Mi Jia was also at this level. As long as one could cross this level, they could become a heavenly general. This was the dividing line. Yang Wu's body swayed left and right in the face of this saber strike, narrowly avoiding the other party's attack. Min Meng wasn't someone Dao Ba could compare to. After he attacked, he didn't stop. Instead, he used his full strength. The extremely domineering attack made the people around him feel suffocated. Raising the horse and parting the waist. Buddha blood slash. Who could block Min Meng's impenetrable attack? The stage was filled with countless saber lights. Moreover, they contained the saber Dao. He was definitely an expert who could fight against a heavenly general. The people in the Empress Battalion started to worry. Would Yang Wu be able to withstand it? Now, Yang Wu had only recovered the strength of the heavenly fish realm. He couldn't deal with any of the heavenly soldiers here with the strength of his celestial chi realm. However, he had the great success of the saint physique. He could break through all techniques. Yang Wu didn't do that. He was afraid that no one would come up to challenge him. Therefore, he decided to fight an evenly matched battle with his opponent. Yang Wu took out the double-blade triple dragon spear and used the Luo water spear technique to fight with his opponent. Spear after spear, he blocked Min Meng's attacks. Furthermore, he even used the black tortoise's Dao and was evenly matched with his opponent. The battle chi that Yang Wu released wasn't strong. He used the strength of his body to block Min Meng's attacks. Others felt that he was different. He was a great success in body refinement. Otherwise, How could he do this without the support of his celestial chi? Even if he was born with divine strength, it wouldn't be so abnormal. It's time to end this. Min Meng had fought Yang Wu for a long time. He shouted inwardly, and suddenly spat out a ray of light from his mouth, which slashed towards Yang Wu's face. No one expected Min Meng to have an innate attack. It was similar to Ziyi Yue's Thunder Tongue Sword, while Min Meng's was like a hidden arrow weapon. It was extremely fast, and within a short distance, no one could defend against it. Yang Wu's reaction was extremely fast, but he was still half a beat slower. The moment he dodged, his cheek was slashed. Blood flowed down his cheek. Min Meng didn't expect Yang Wu to be able to dodge, but he wasn't discouraged. His Zamadeo slashed horizontally at Yang Wu's waist. He wanted to cut Yang Wu in half. Yang Wu frantically retreated, but his abdomen was still cut. His clothes were torn, and there was a mark on his abdomen. However, no blood flowed out. An ordinary saint physique wasn't enough to hurt his great success saint physique. Kill! Min Meng's eyes turned red. He roared and continuously spat out arrows. Yang Wu was forced to dodge in a sorry state. Min Meng could still divide his attention and slash wildly with his Zamadeo. Yang Wu held his battle spear and retreated. When the opponent attacked again, he used the Tai Chi Dao. The battle spear spun and continuously blocked Min Meng's attacks. He also used a counterattack. The soft energy continuously bounced off Min Meng's attacks. Min Meng was still unable to attack. Min Meng was slightly anxious. He had even used his forbidden technique. His aura was rising steadily. The Zamadeo in his hand had an additional demonic aura. He raised the Zamadeo and slashed out again. The terrifying killing move caused everyone's expression to change abruptly. Sky Demon's sword slash. Min Meng wasn't a demon, but the sword skill he cultivated was a demon skill. It was a real divine skill. It was the ultimate move he obtained in the divine firmament battlefield. One slash could split the sky and earth. Commander Wu, be careful. The female soldiers of the Princess Battalion shouted anxiously. It's time to end it. The soldiers of the other battalions sighed in their hearts. Yang Wu could indeed be proud of being able to force Min Meng to use such a killing move. Just as Min Meng was about to kill Yang Wu Ru transformed into a roaming dragon. Together with the power of the saber light, he stabbed towards Min Meng. Yang Wu and the spear had become one. He had reached the realm of becoming one with the world. His attack wasn't as domineering as Min Meng's, but it was still very stunning. The spear was like a snake's tongue. It directly pierced Min Meng's throat and killed him on the spot. After stabbing with the spear, Yang Wu's body fell. His body was also bleeding. Obviously, he was also injured by Min Meng's attack. The scene was silent. They were all dumbfounded. Min Meng's power was clearly much stronger than Yang Wu's. Why was Min Meng the one who died in the end? They were all very insightful people. They felt that Yang Wu must have been holding back and found Min Meng's flaw. Then, he seized the opportunity to kill Min Meng with one strike. It was also because Yang Wu's combat power was comparable to Min Meng's that he could seize this opportunity. Min Meng's death was a little unjust. He won. Commander Wu won. The people of the Princess Battalion cheered. Mi Jia also smiled. Yes, he won. He's really powerful. Mi Jia might not be able to kill Min Meng. At most, she could gain the upper hand. Yang Wu's spear attack was too beautiful. Not only did it contain the spear Dao, but it was also completely compatible with the battle spear. He had reached the realm of becoming one with the spear. Only then could he unleash such a powerful force. Yang Wu bounced up from the ground. Once again, he looted everything on Min Meng's body. He threw Min Meng's corpse out of the arena. Panting, he stabbed the battle spear into the arena and shouted, "Who else wants to die?" This voice was soul-stirring and domineering. It was like the roar of a king. It shocked the entire battlefield. Chapter 1358. Yang Wu won 3 rounds in a row, but he began to show signs of fatigue in the 3rd round. Moreover, he was injured, which gave the soldiers hope to take him down. Now, Yang Wu had already obtained the resources of 2 celestial soldiers. Whoever killed him could obtain more resources. In this way, it was still very tempting. The soldiers of the Empress Battalion tried to persuade Yang Wu to leave the arena, but Yang Wu did not listen at all. He insisted on having his own way. Weren't you shouting very happily? You have guts for bullying women. Now you don't have the guts to come up and fight with me? I feel ashamed for your parents. You bastards wanted to kill our people, but we robbed you instead. You still have the face to talk about it here. You have really lost the prestige of your battalion. If you don't have the guts, then get lost. You are worse than the people of the Empress Battalion. I allow you to come up together. However many of you come, I will kill all of you together. Yang Wu's words incited the anger of the soldiers of the Wild Lion Battalion and the Divine Arrow Battalion. Finally, someone jumped into the arena. As a result, that person was defeated by Yang Wu in just one move. Then, 3 people jumped into the arena at the same time. They could only do so because they had Yang Wu's permission. The 3 of them joined forces to take down Yang Wu, but they were still killed mercilessly by Yang Wu. Yang Wu was too ferocious. Whether it was a one-on-one fight or a group fight, he did not care. He had the aura of a man who could hold back 10,000 people. These people could not give him too much pressure, no matter how many of them came up. 50 people of the Wild Lion Battalion and the Divine Arrow Battalion came up together. They stood at each corner of the arena and attacked Yang Wu at the same time. They planned to kill Yang Wu with their combined strength. In the end, Yang Wu used both his spear and sword to kill all 50 of them. Yang Wu displayed an unstoppable attack. He was like a human-shaped dragon. No one could stop him. Screams sounded one after another. Soon, there were broken limbs all over the ground. Blood dyed every corner of the arena red. Everyone was shocked. Only then did they realize that Yang Wu hadn't used his full strength at all and had been holding back all along. After Yang Wu picked these 50 people, the Wild Lion Battalion and the Divine Arrow Battalion felt a chill run down their spines. No one dared to challenge him. Even Zhuo, who had been shouting happily just now, was slowly retreating, intending to leave this place. Yang Wu stared at him, pointed at the spear, and shouted, "Hey you, haven't you always liked to hop around? Hurry up and come up here to die." Being pointed at by Yang Wu, Zhuo stiffened his neck and shouted, "I don't take advantage of others." When he said this, his face turned hot. "Gutless man," Fei Qing shouted in disdain. The people of the Empress Battalion also shouted, "Cowardly man." Zhuo was so angry that he almost jumped into the ring. However, when he saw Yang Wu's calm eyes, he suppressed this impulse. "Don't be arrogant. You will suffer retribution." Zhuo shouted and turned around, intending to leave. "You've been forced to this point by others. You've brought shame to our Divine Arrow Battalion. Why don't you go up and fight him?" A loud and clear voice shouted. A few people came together. They were wearing exquisite armor, and the aura they released was very different. They had all reached the high-level Saint realm, which meant they were the heavenly generals of the ancient city. In the ancient city, there were only 4 kinds of people. They were the ordinary soldiers, then the heavenly soldiers, and then the heavenly generals. Above the heavenly generals were the heavenly kings. There were very few heavenly kings and not many heavenly generals. Each heavenly general represented extraordinary fighting strength. The people who came together were all heavenly generals. The one who had just spoken was Heavenly General Yugo from the Divine Arrow Battalion. Beside him were Heavenly General Wen Chongqiao from the Wild Lion Battalion, Heavenly General Dongfang Chun from the Heavenly Sword Battalion, and Sang Chinxiang from the Bloodblade Battalion. People who had reached the Heavenly General level would go out to do missions together. They rarely led soldiers out together. At this level, soldier-level soldiers were just burdens. Lord you." Zhuo hurriedly bowed when he saw the people who came. The people from the surrounding battalions also bowed slightly to these people. Heavenly generals deserved to be treated with respect. "Go up and accept the challenge," Yugo said in a deep voice. After a pause, he added, "If you die, I'll go up and take revenge for you." Zhuo revealed a troubled expression and said, "Min Meng." Without waiting for him to finish, Yugo shouted again, "If you don't go up, I'll kill you right now." "Yes, Lord." Zhuo had no choice but to bite the bullet and rush up to the stage to challenge Yang Wu. "Come, I'll fight you to the death," Zhuo shouted. Multicolored light floated around his body. His aura condensed into boundless arrows, and many of them shot towards Yang Wu. Arrow Chi Field. Zhuo used his ultimate move as soon as he came up. He didn't expect to kill Yang Wu, but it was enough to interfere with Yang Wu. Then he took out an ancient bow and spat a mouthful of blood on the bow. He shouted, "Drink my blood arrow." Zhuo Shilai gathered all his spiritual energy on this arrow. When the arrow was shot, the sun and the moon lost their color. It was as if even they could be shot out. This arrow was too overbearing. It was even more powerful than the demonic blade slash that Min Meng forced out. It was impossible for the target to be locked on to because it was everywhere. Yang Wu didn't escape at all. The power of this arrow wasn't weak, but it wasn't enough for him. It was only comparable to the power of a high-level saint. He wasn't afraid at all. He directly stretched out a hand and caught the arrow in his hand. The power of the arrow was crushed by him. "Here's to you." After grabbing the blood arrow, Yang Wu shouted and threw the blood arrow back. Zhuo couldn't escape. The blood arrow pierced through his heart. He fell down unwillingly. The scene was silent. Another top celestial soldier had fallen. Yugo looked at Zhuo, who was forced to die, and shouted at Yang Wu with a face full of anger. "How dare you kill the people of my divine arrow battalion? You really don't know how to write the word death." "I really don't know. Why don't you come up and teach me?" Yang Wu replied contemptuously. "Hiss." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling that Yang Wu's courage was too big. He even dared to challenge a celestial soldier. Was there anything he didn't dare to do? Mi Jia and the others didn't know what to say. Yang Wu's strength was beyond their expectations. The environment here was special. All the realms of living beings were reduced to nothingness. They had to cultivate again. The celestial chi power that Yang Wu displayed was indeed not weak, but the brute force that he unleashed was too strong. They couldn't believe that he could compete with a celestial soldier with just brute force. Perhaps he had some big secret. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? "I'll fulfill your wish," Yugo responded and was about to rush into the arena. "Brother Yu, don't be impulsive. He's also a celestial soldier. There's no need to hurt our friendship over something like this," Dong Fengchen advised. When Chong Chao said from the side, "He's already picked on him. This can't be tolerated. If he's willing to admit his mistake, there may be room for negotiation." Sang Chenxiang said, "I'll give him a chance. Let's see if he knows how to cherish it." Yugo responded and went to the arena. He shouted at Yang Wu, "Report your name and join my divine arrow battalion. You can become a commander and obtain a certain amount of resources. This matter will be written off. If you don't want to, this day next year will be your death anniversary." So much nonsense. Come up and die. Let me see how strong a celestial soldier is. Yang Wu responded, "I can't stand you anymore." Yugo exploded and rushed out of the arena. Yugo held two hooks and attacked Yang Wu. The combat power of a high-level saint was much stronger than that of a mid-level saint. The fact that Yugo could recover to this point proved that his cultivation talent was amazing. His combat power was excellent. Those people just now couldn't compare to him. The hooks hung down and instantly cut through space. The aura of the void filled the air. Yang Wu raised his spear to block. The spear kept moving, blocking Yugo's attack. "I'll kill you," Yugo shouted again. He swung his hooks again and again, like a scythe harvesting a human head. They formed a crisscrossing net of hooks. Every hook mark was sharp enough to cut through metal and stone. Yugo didn't even get close to Yang Wu. He planned to use his celestial chi to force Yang Wu to death. Yang Wu could only defend. If he wanted to attack, his opponent would have to break through this net of hooks to do so. He could use his physical strength to force Yugo to face him, but he didn't plan to do so. He had to win this battle beautifully and win his position in Ancient City's palace. It would save him from future trouble and the trouble of the Empress Battalion being harassed. "A whetstone sent to me. I'll let you see the power of my magnetic sword finger." Yang Wu raised his middle finger, and a sharp sword chi rushed out. A dazzling light blinded everyone's eyes. The sword finger waved, and light shot out in all directions. Ding dang ding dang. The power of the net of hooks was disintegrated by the sword finger. It was completely useless. What? Yugo cried out in surprise. The people on the sidelines were also shocked. What kind of power did Yongwu have? He could actually break through Yugo's attack. Primordial magnetic force. Someone with better eyesight cried out. There were magnetic pits in the desert plain. Countless people wanted to collect magnetic light for their own use, but only a few people were lucky enough to obtain them. Yongwu had just arrived at the battlefield, and he had already obtained magnetic light. It was really hard for others to believe. They also wondered if this was Yongwu's innate ability. Yugo didn't panic because of this. He didn't become a celestial general just because he was hot-blooded. His innate ability was also extraordinary. When Yongwu charged over, something flew out from his yin and yang ring. Tortoise Mountain Seal. This was a huge seal. After injecting power, it was like a huge tortoise mountain that pressed down on Yongwu. This wasn't an ordinary seal, but a seal that had reached the half-step to heaven ascension level. Its power was incomparably shocking. Innate hook arrow. Yugo also used his innate ability. A burst of power burst out from his body, forming an arrow that shot towards Yongwu's vital point with lightning speed. I don't believe that this can't kill you, Yugo shouted confidently. Chapter 1359. This was the first time Yongwu was facing a half-step immortal ascension warrior since he came to the divine firmament battlefield. It was not that the others did not have such a weapon, but that they were not strong enough to use such a weapon. Thus, some people were unable to use such a powerful weapon. Yugo had reached the high-level sage stage, and he could use a portion of a half-step immortal ascension warrior's power. The damage he could cause was enough to kill a peak-level sage. Yongwu did not panic in the face of the double attack. He raised his middle finger with his other hand, and another magnetic sword finger appeared. At the same time, he slashed out. One sword finger slashed the mountain seal, while the other slashed the hook arrow. The magnetic sword finger's power was fully displayed. A crack appeared on the mountain tortoise, and it was sent flying. Meanwhile, the hook arrow shattered upon contact with the magnetic sword finger. Without waiting for Yugo to recover, Yongwu charged toward him like a lion hunting its prey. He used two fingers as a sword and slashed at Yugo at the same time. Yugo was scared out of his wits. A divine shield appeared above his head, blocking Yongwu's fatal attack. However, he was still sent flying by Yongwu. You have a lot of trump cards, but they can't protect you. Yongwu was determined to use Yugo to establish his dominance. He roared and kept waving his fingers. Magnetic sword chi was everywhere, forcing Yugo to hide behind the divine shield. He did not dare to come out. Just as Yongwu was about to kill Yugo, he shouted, "I surrender! I surrender! Stop!" Yugo was in despair. Just a moment ago, he had vowed to kill Yongwu, but now he was forced to surrender without any strength to fight back. Yongwu could have killed Yugo, but unfortunately, he had surrendered. He could not kill him anymore. Yugo dejectedly rolled down the stage, fearing that he would be killed by Yongwu if he was slow. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that Yongwu would be so powerful? He had only been here for 3 months, and he had already defeated a divine general. Yugo was not even a match for him. This kind of ability could only be achieved by the leaders of each generation. This also meant that Yongwu had the potential to become a leader. It wouldn't be long before he became a powerful leader. Thinking of this, the way everyone looked at Yongwu changed. Especially the female soldiers of the Empress Battalion. They couldn't wait to throw themselves into Yongwu's arms and make love to him. The strong and handsome man was too charming. In the future, whoever dares to bully the Empress Battalion will be bullying me, Yongwu. I hope everyone will think twice about it. After Yongwu said those harsh words, he was finally willing to walk down from the ring. His physical strength was limitless, so he wasn't afraid of a drawn-out battle. No one could compare to him. Majaya and a group of female soldiers went up to him and cheered as if he was a hero. "Commander Wu, you're amazing. Commander Wu, you're too handsome. I really want to marry you. I want to have a baby with Commander Wu." The true nature of these female soldiers was exposed. Don't make a fuss. Let's talk when we return to the camp. Majaya said, Don't be in such a hurry. I still have something to do. Yang Wu responded and walked towards Lao Shu, who was hiding behind the crowd. When Lao Shu saw Yang Wu walking towards him, his face turned pale with fright. He wanted to turn around and run. If you dare to run, don't think about leaving the ancient city for the rest of your life. Yang Wu threatened. Lao Shu stopped and said, What are you doing? You can't act recklessly in the city. Hand over the black mist pearls, and I'll let this matter go. Yang Wu coldly looked at Lao Shu and said. Lao Shu looked at Yang Wu, and the word no that was about to come out of his mouth was swallowed back. He obediently returned the 3 black mist pearls to Yang Wu. Good boy. There are some things that you can't touch. Yang Wu responded with satisfaction. After saying that, he slapped Lao Shu and sent him flying. Yang Wu didn't kill Lao Shu. No one dared to criticize Yang Wu's insolence. He was too powerful. Fei Qing and Fei Yu were greatly moved. Yang Wu's action was too satisfying. All the female soldiers smiled and prepared to return to the camp with Yang Wu. Unexpectedly, Dong Fangchen walked towards Yang Wu, which immediately made them nervous and quiet. You went to the magnetic pit not long ago. Dong Fangchen looked at Yang Wu and asked. Yang Wu looked at the other party and nodded. Yes, I have. I even saw you obtain a beam of origin magnetic light. Dong Fangchen was stunned. Almost no one knew that he obtained a magnetic ray. Those who knew died in front of the magnetic pit, who knew that the young man in front of him would directly expose his secret, making him feel like he was talking in front of someone naked. All the sense of mystery disappeared. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving, Yang Wu said again, preparing to walk past Dong Fangchen. I'll find you later. Dong Fangchen felt that he couldn't continue the conversation and could only let him leave first. He was afraid that the young man would know more of his secrets. If it were someone else, he would kill him with a sword. However, the young man was a heavenly general-level powerhouse who had the same magnetic ray as him. He didn't dare to act recklessly. In this way, Yang Wu returned to the Empress Battalion, surrounded by many female soldiers. What happened here swept through the ancient city like a storm. Everyone in the battalion knew about the existence of a new heavenly general-level powerhouse, Yang Wu. In the future, no one would dare to provoke Yang Wu wherever he appeared. Those who had designs on the Empress Battalion would have to restrain themselves and not be presumptuous anymore. That night, the Empress Battalion was completely wild. All the female soldiers gathered around a bonfire, singing and dancing. The atmosphere was joyous. It had been a long time since the Empress Battalion was so lively and happy. As the only man in the Empress Battalion, Yang Wu was treated with the highest courtesy. Many female soldiers winked at him and blew him kisses, which made him very embarrassed. Some dared to striptease in front of him, twisting their bodies around him like snakes and caressing his face with their delicate hands. He was about to explode. Yang Wu suppressed his anger and drank a few mouthfuls of wine. He silently chanted the mind-calming mantra to calm the lust in his heart. All of a sudden, an even louder cheer rang out. Commander Me is so beautiful. Fairy, she's really a fairy. Come and play a song for us. Commander Me's music is unparalleled. We're lucky tonight. Could it be that Commander Me also has feelings for Commander Wu? Wow, I'm so jealous. Mi Jia descended from the sky. Her clothes were as white as snow, and she looked like a fairy descending in the night. She held a guqin horizontally in front of her. Her 2 fingers were like scallions, and a burst of melodious guqin music rang out. Immediately, it was intoxicating. Her guqin skills were indeed extraordinary. She had already entered the guqin Dao. The sound of the music lingered in the air, and her singing was loud and clear. Yang was also a bit mesmerized. Majaya was already a top-notch beauty. Tonight, she had taken off her armor and put on a white dress. She had put on some light makeup, which made her look even more elegant and refined. With such talent, it was indeed a feast for the eyes. Mi Jia played the guqin and looked directly at Yang Wu's direction. Her beautiful eyes were filled with deep affection. It was unknown whether it was because Yang Wu's performance today or because she had suppressed her feelings for many years after coming to the battlefield. In short, she became particularly different tonight. She was particularly moving and seductive, which made people's imagination run wild. Mi Jia played 3 songs in a row, each more moving than the last. They were all tunes full of love. Everyone could hear the hidden meaning in the songs. After the music ended, everyone crowded around Mi Jia to Yangwu. Yangwu stood up and raised his wine glass. "You're really beautiful. You play very well, too. Let me toast you." After speaking, Yangwu raised his head and drank a glass of wine. "Commander Wu, how can one glass be enough? Commander Mi played especially for you. You need at least 3 glasses." Someone jeered. Yes. It's best to drink cross-cupped wine with Commander Mi, haha." Another person said, "Don't mess around. I'm just grateful for what Commander Wu has done for our Empress Battalion." Mi Jia blinked her beautiful eyes and said sincerely, "We're all on the same side. No need to be polite." Yang Wu responded and drank 2 more glasses. A total of 3 glasses was a toast. "Good alcohol tolerance. I'll drink with you too," Mi Jia said. When Mi Jia sat down, Fei Qing and Fei also came over to toast Yang Wu. "Commander Wu, we sisters are your people from now on," Fei Qing said heroically. When Yang Wu heard this, almost spat out the wine he just drank. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Fei Qing, don't talk nonsense. We're innocent." "Haha, of course we're innocent. If Commander Wu doesn't want to be innocent, we're willing." Fei Qing laughed. Fei also said, "If Commander Wu didn't stand up for me today, I would have died." Fei will never forget Commander Wu's kindness. The 2 sisters drank a large bowl of wine at the same time. Their gratitude was expressed here. Yang Wu had no choice but to accompany them and drink a large bowl of wine. The burning sensation of the wine stimulated his nerves. He also became excited and joined the ranks of the singing and dancing. Ever since he was inexplicably sent to this battlefield, Yang Wu's mood was not very good. He thought about Ziyuyu. He didn't know how she was doing. He also thought about his family and clansmen. Would they be sad because of his disappearance? Perhaps there were many allies who had reached an agreement with him. Would they go back on their words again? These suppressed emotions made him not dare to relax for even a moment. He wanted to return to the transcendent world as soon as possible so that they wouldn't be worried. Now, with Mi Jia's music soothing his sorrow, and with the smiles of the many female soldiers, he also blended in with them. He forgot about his feelings and was happy with them. He no longer avoided being taken advantage of by the girls. He also didn't avoid being aroused by the girls. He let nature take its course and let nature take its course. He would find a way out in the future. "Commander Wu, am I beautiful?" "Beautiful, as beautiful as the moon in the sky." "Commander Wu, touch my waist. Isn't it very soft and thin?" "That's right. It's as soft as water. It's also as thin as a willow branch." "Commander Wu, can I give you a kiss?" "You're too handsome." "Sure, but don't kiss me. I'm afraid you have bad breath." "Commander Wu, why are you so bad?" "I don't have bad breath." "Commander Wu, I'll sleep with you tonight, okay?" "Commander Wu, look in front of others. Is it big? Is it white? Do you want to touch it?" Chapter 1360. It was an amorous and wonderful night. Yang Wu almost had a misfire in the midst of the flowers. At the crucial moment, he regained his senses and didn't do anything crazy. This had something to do with Mi Jia. She was the one who ordered the party to end and told everyone to disperse. Those who were supposed to guard the camp, those who were supposed to cultivate, continued to cultivate. She even openly told them that she had something to say to Yang Wu. The girls all gave her a "we understand" look and quietly left. There was also a portion of the female soldiers who were very unwilling. They also had something to say to Yang Wu alone. The cool breeze blew gently and the night was alluring. Yang Wu and Mi Jia came to a quiet place and obtained a breath of peace and quiet. Yang Wu circulated the immortal art and the alcohol smell dissipated a lot. He also became much more sober. You're already tired from the day, and they still pulled you to mess around. What a bunch of female perverts. Mi Jia muttered softly with her head lowered. It's okay. They're probably too tired and sullen. It's not easy for them to be able to enjoy themselves. It's also very beneficial to their cultivation. Yang Wu replied, it's good that you can understand. Mi Jia replied. She raised her head again and looked at the night sky. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, our Empress Battalion would have really lost all face in my hands. The morale of the soldiers would also completely collapse. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Empress Battalion will cease to exist. Can you tell me more about the Empress Battalion? The night is long. Don't you think it's a bit of a killjoy to talk about these things? Mi Jia turned around and looked at Yang Wu tenderly. Her voice was like the sprinkling of moonlight. It was soft and intoxicating. Her slightly red face was extremely cute. Yang Wu looked at her delicate face and listened to her soft words. His heart couldn't help but beat rapidly for a while. The two of them looked at each other silently, and an inexplicable atmosphere spread out. Yang Wu took a step closer to Mi Jia. Mi Jia lowered her head slightly, her curled eyelashes fluttering like butterflies, extremely lively. Jia, you're so beautiful. Well, do you like it? I like it. Then what do you want? Yang Wu pointed at the dirt on Mi Jia's shoulder and said seriously, I think your shoulder was dirted by those guys just now. It's ruined the beauty. Hurry up and go back to sleep. Mi Jia was stunned for a moment. Her big eyes kept blinking like a butterfly fluttering in the wind. She kept drifting and couldn't reach the destination she wanted to go to. Are you still a man? The woman asked domineeringly. The man covered his face, turned around, and ran. I'm not a man. This time it was really a mess. The woman stood in place for a long time before she burst out laughing with a sense of self-mockery and sadness. Yang Wu, you're not a King man. Yang Wu didn't have a peaceful night. When he finally escaped and returned to his room, he immediately sensed someone in his room. He was startled. Who's in my room? This was the barracks of the Empress Battalion, and there were female soldiers guarding it. Ordinary people couldn't get close. Commander Wu, it's me. A delicate figure appeared in front of Yang Wu. It was Zhang Wei, who was proficient in the art of war. She was also very beautiful, and coupled with her pitiful appearance, it was even more intoxicating. What are you doing here? Yang Wu was stunned for a moment. I'm here to warm your bed. Zhang Wei lowered her head shyly. She thought to herself, I'm already here. Why are you still asking me? Is this guy a block of wood? Yang Wu asked. Then have you warmed it up? Not yet. I'll wait for Commander Wu to agree. Okay, I agree. Go warm it up. It's my honor. Zhang Wei replied excitedly. Then she jumped onto Yang Wu's bed. At this time, Yang Wu turned around and walked out of the room. He said, Call me when you're warmed up. For a moment, she felt as if horses that looked like sheep were galloping through her head. Then, she left the place dejectedly. Hey, didn't you say you're going to warm my bed? Why did you leave? In the next few days, Yang Wu encountered these strange things one after another. It made him feel very troubled. He wasn't an idiot. He knew what these women wanted to do, but he had his own bottom line. He wouldn't act recklessly. He was teleported here to marry Ziyu. After arriving here, although there was a wave of female soldiers, and they were willing to serve him, he was not a casual person. After Yang Wu rejected more than 10 female soldiers, the craze slowly died down. Yang Wu also went to see Mi Jia again. He planned to go to the ancient city hall to take a look. Before going, he wanted to understand the situation there. The ancient city hall is the most mysterious place. It's at the back of the city. You have to take out a contribution item to enter. After entering, there are all kinds of things that you can't imagine. As long as you have resources, you can exchange them. Maybe divine skills, divine armors, and so on. The resources required will be a lot. There are also divine envoys there. Their battle power is above the 8 great leaders. No one can be rash. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. After listening to Mi Jia talk about the ancient city hall, Yang Wu went there alone. After entering, you have to take out a contribution item. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave. Mi Jia didn't have anything to exchange for now. Moreover, she was still angry with Yang Wu. She didn't want to send him there. However, Fei Qing and Fei Yi couldn't bear to see Yang Wu go alone. They followed him. Actually, you don't have to follow me. I can go alone. Yang Wu looked at the two of them and said, "Commander Wu, we can tell you about the rules of the ancient city hall on the way." Fei Qing replied, "Yes, it's better to understand some things. It's not good to break the rules." Fei added. Then the two of them told Yang Wu more about the ancient city hall so that he could understand more. The ancient city hall was more like an important place for a mysterious force. The so-called soldiers, heavenly soldiers, and heavenly generals here were pawns that they could use. They would issue missions at any time and recruit many soldiers to search for some strange items. Once they found it, they would give a great reward. If they couldn't find it, there would be no punishment. However, many times, pawns would fall in the process of searching. In addition, many heavenly king powerhouses had some kind of cooperation with the ancient city hall. It seemed to be related to leaving the battlefield. Many of the ideas were guessed by Fei Qing and Fei Ye. It was also the guesses of many soldiers. None of them were stupid. When he was cultivating the void tempering technique, he felt that he might be manipulated by others. However, if he wanted to survive here, he could only compromise. Everything would have to wait until he recovered his cultivation. Unknowingly, Yang Wu had arrived at the back of the ancient city. There was a huge hall here that occupied a large piece of land. It was extremely large, and an ancient aura was released, giving people a heavy sense of oppression. "Commander Wu, we will wait for you outside," Fei Qing said. "You can enter after you hand over the holy stones." Fei reminded. Yang Wu nodded and walked towards the huge bronze door. There were two bronze men on the left and right of the bronze door. They wore ancient battle armor and held battle weapons in their hands. They did not have any aura, but no one dared to underestimate them. This was because they were wearing divine weapons and holding divine weapons in their hands. They were clearly very powerful puppets. When Yang Wu arrived in front of the bronze door, it automatically opened. It was as if he had opened the door to another world. A ray of divine light shone over. Yang Wu took a deep breath and stepped through the bronze door. When he entered the bronze door, the Supreme Nine Profound Arts suddenly had an extremely strong reaction. It was a reaction that could only be produced by the call of the Profound Essence Qi. The other kind of Profound Essence Qi is here. Yang Wu exclaimed in his heart. Yang Wu had long sensed that there was Profound Essence Qi in this space. Unfortunately, after being interrupted, he was unable to sense it again. However, after arriving here, the feeling became incomparably clear. He had a kind of impatience to enter the hall and take a look. What kind of Profound Essence Qi was here? "Who are you? Report your name?" An ethereal voice asked. "Yang Wu of the Empress Battalion is here to pay tribute," Yang Wu said as he cupped his hands. "Enter the hall." The voice sounded again. A ray of light spread out from the depths and directly arrived at Yang Wu's feet. This was a rainbow bridge. As long as one walked on it, they would be able to cross to the other side. Yang Wu walked on the rainbow bridge and was led into the main hall. He couldn't see the situation around him clearly. There was only a hazy aura that completely blocked all of his senses. When he came back to his senses, he had already entered a large hall. This was like another space that was incomparably vast. There were numerous, enormous pillars that held up the sky, and the surroundings were resplendent walls. There were also numerous paintings or talisman markings that were incomprehensible on the walls. In the sky above the large hall, there was a sky full of jade boxes that flowed here. They were like stars that filled the sky, and they emitted traces of dense qi. Seeing such a situation, Yang Wu was shocked. Just who was it that built such a majestic hall? It contained such an extraordinary universe. In the center, there was a strange picture of a three-faced giant head. It emitted traces of light, and a voice sounded, "Offer up the contribution items." "Yes." Yang Wu didn't dare to look around. He responded and took out 5 black mist pearls to offer up. A jade box flew down and collected the black mist pearls. Soon a voice sounded again, 5 black mist pearls. You will receive 5,000 holy contribution points. You can accumulate holy contribution points or exchange them for other items. Please choose. I'm a newcomer. Can I see what items can be exchanged? Yang Wu asked. After his voice fell, ancient words suddenly appeared in the space in front of him. There were items written on them. These items were all worth 5,000 holy contribution points or less. There were none worth more than 5,000 holy contribution points. Yang Wu found that these items were all rare. They didn't exist in the transcendent realm, but they appeared here. For example, the sunstone, the moon gem, the soul embryo seed, and so on. I can only see the exchange items worth 5,000 holy contribution points. If you want to see the higher level exchange items, you need to obtain a high-level identity. You're only a soldier now. If you become a celestial soldier or celestial general, you will be able to see the higher-level exchange items. How do I get a high-level identity? Just pass the test. Chapter 1361. The ancient city was divided into soldier, celestial general, and heavenly king. These were the ranks set by the ancient city hall. Only those who had been recognized by the ancient city hall were qualified to have these identities. Even though Yang Wu's performance in the arena was amazing, killing many celestial soldiers and defeating Celestial General Yugo, he still couldn't obtain the ancient city hall's recognition. Yang Wu didn't really care about this identity. He just wanted to know the whereabouts of the mysterious essence Qi. He wanted to know if it was in the ancient city hall and how much it was worth. When the ancient city hall asked him to verify his identity, he agreed without hesitation. The moment he agreed, the environment in the hall changed. The three-faced head spoke again. Defeat 10 soldiers in the first round. You have the right to challenge the celestial soldiers. These 10 soldiers were puppets. They were all inanimate objects. They were clad in battle armor and wielded saint weapons as they charged towards Yang Wu. Yang Wu thought that these 10 puppets would fight with their lives on the line. Unexpectedly, they stood in different positions and formed a formation to attack him. With 10 people in a formation, the power of the battle would be even stronger. The puppets had different attacks. They reached the power of the holy realm. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Yang Wu. They wanted to cut Yang Wu into pieces. Their attacks weren't slow, but in Yang Wu's eyes, they were just SOSO. He moved his body and attacked the 10 puppets continuously. Bang! Bang! Yang Wu's strength was very strong. He continuously attacked with his palms and sent them flying. Yang Wu thought that he had won, but they bounced back and attacked him again. They're so hard. Do I have to destroy them to pass? Yang Wu wondered. In the next moment, Yang Wu discovered the vital points of the puppets. There was a special energy fluctuating in their hearts and between their eyebrows. Perhaps as long as he hit those 2 places, he would be able to repel the puppets. Thus, Yang Wu attacked again. He hit the puppets' hearts and between their eyebrows with his palms. Bang! Bang! A series of muffled sounds rang out as the puppets exploded one after another. Their hearts and eyebrows were indeed their weaknesses. After the 10 puppets died, the voice of the three-faced giant head sounded again. Do you want to pass the next stage? Charge! Yang Wu answered simply. Defeat a low-level heavenly soldier and you'll pass. Another puppet appeared. It was no longer a human, but an alien. It was an alien that was good at speed. As soon as it appeared, it raised its hammer and smashed toward Yang Wu. Its flying speed was extremely shocking, comparable to the speed of a third-level Star Mark realm. In the blink of an eye, it landed on top of Yang Wu's head and smashed its sharp hammer down on Yang Wu's head. The sharp aura exerted great pressure on people. Ordinary first-level saints might not be its opponent. Such a test could be used against ordinary saints, but it was not difficult for Yang Wu. Yang Wu didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he raised his fist and punched his opponent's hammer. Its hammer was sent flying, and at the same time, a leg whipped towards the center of its eyebrows. The puppet was easily destroyed by Yang Wu's kick. Pass. Do you want to continue taking the intermediate heavenly soldier test? Accept. 5 low-level heavenly soldiers and an intermediate heavenly soldier puppet appeared. They formed a formation again and attacked Yang Wu. Yang Wu easily passed. These puppets weren't weak. Even the heavenly soldiers of the various battalions would have to put in a lot of effort to defeat them. Yang Wu could easily take them down. Yang Wu's physical strength was too strong, and his instincts were too strong. Even a peak saint might not be his match now. Once he had profound Qi, he would be able to fight a god-level expert. Yang Wu passed all the way and directly arrived at the low-level Heavenly General test. Yang Wu asked, "If I stop the test, how long will it take before I could take the next test?" "It will take a month," the voice replied. "All right, then let's continue the challenge," Yang Wu replied. He didn't want to expose too many of his abilities. He was afraid that being noticed by the living beings here wouldn't be good for him. However, the next test would take a month. This time was a little long for him. He had to raise his level as soon as possible and understand the whereabouts of the mysterious essence Qi. Yang Wu rushed to the top-level Heavenly General realm in one go and destroyed 8 puppets that had reached the top-level Heavenly General realm. At this point, Yang Wu was a little afraid. If he continued, would it cause a huge commotion? This made him feel a little uneasy. He decisively gave up on continuing. Bestowed with a top-level Heavenly General token, you can obtain the second and third stages of the Void Tempering Technique. The voice sounded, and a power of inheritance flew towards his glabella. Yang Wu didn't resist. He accepted the inheritance and the token that flew over. If others wanted to obtain the Void Tempering Technique, they had to make sufficient contributions. However, they didn't expect to be rewarded directly by passing the test. Perhaps the soldiers here were aware of this rule, but who would dare to challenge a puppet when they weren't strong enough? Wasn't that courting death? There were people like Yang Wu who could become a top-level Heavenly General the first time they came to the ancient city hall, but they were definitely existences that were rare. Every one of them was a top-level monster. Basically, they all became heavenly kings and went to the god realm in the end. Yang Wu obtained the second and third stages of the Void Tempering Technique, but he wasn't surprised at all. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He was afraid that the living beings here would notice. Yang Wu held the Heavenly General token in his hand. It didn't look like a token. It looked more like a badge. The word Void was engraved on one side, and the word General was engraved on the other side. It looked like gold, but it wasn't gold. It looked like jade, but it wasn't jade. It was very strange. "I want to see more of the list of items to exchange," Yang Wu said. "Infuse your power into the Heavenly General token, and you can find the items you want on the list." The voice replied. Yang Wu did as he was told. When Yang Wu infused his power into the Heavenly General token, the names of tens of thousands of materials appeared in front of him. These materials were herbs, pills, battle weapons, battle skills, strange items, and more. There were all kinds of things that Yang Wu wanted. It was an eye-opener. Level 1 Golden Godly Armor, both attack and defense. 10,000 Godly Contribution Points. 7 Wounds Godly Fist, 10,000 Godly Contribution Points. Jade Essence Pill, 30,000 Godly Contribution Points. Level 5 Soul Seal Technique, 50,000 Godly Contribution Points. Yang Wu looked at these materials and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. These were basically all God-ranked materials, and the contribution points required to purchase them were also different. Sacred-ranked items basically had no status in this place. Or rather, they were equivalent to trash items. They could be found everywhere, and as long as one had enough contribution points, one could easily exchange for them. Yang Wu finally found the whereabouts of the mystic essence Qi. Emperor Jade Essence Qi, 1 million Godly Contribution Points. This is definitely the Emperor Jade Essence Qi. I can't be wrong. Yang Wu stared at these words and thought excitedly. However, the contribution points required were not cheap. 1 million Godly Contribution Points was equivalent to 1 million high-grade Godly Stones. High-grade Godly Stones weren't the same as mid-grade or low-grade Godly Stones. Even a Heavenly King wouldn't be able to easily gather such a price. This price was equivalent to the price of leaving the Divine Firmament battlefield. Although Yang Wu's martial strength was not bad, he didn't know how long it would take to gather 1 million high-grade Godly Stones. He also didn't know how many godly items he would need to contribute. However, he wasn't too worried. After all, he was a god apothecary. As long as he showed off his skill in pill concocting, he would be able to easily collect 1 million contribution points from soldiers. That way, it wouldn't be difficult for him to acquire the Imperial Jade's profound energy. After making up his mind, Yang Wu quickly left the ancient city hall. He didn't exchange for the items that would tempt him. Now wasn't the time to reveal more trump cards. He had to take things one step at a time. After Yang Wu left the ancient city hall, he held the Celestial General Medallion in his hand. After hesitating for a while, he still hung it on his chest. Sometimes, when it was time to be high profile, he had to be high profile. It could save him a lot of trouble. If he kept being low-key, people would think he was easy to bully. When Fei Qing and Fei Yi saw Yang Wu come out of the hall, they immediately walked over. When they saw the shiny medallion on Yang Wu's chest, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It was a Celestial General Medallion, and a top-grade one at that. This meant that Yang Wu's status in the ancient city had become one of the strongest people in the ancient city. He had the highest status. Apart from the 8 leaders and a few other people, there weren't many people who could compare with Yang Wu. After all, after becoming a heavenly king, they would leave very quickly. They wouldn't stay here for too long. Why are you in a daze? Go back. Yang Wu called out to them. Greetings, Lord Celestial General. After Fei Qing and Fei Yi came back to their senses, they bowed together. Why are you being so polite? Yang Wu was a little uncomfortable. Although he was their commander, he didn't feel that they were very respectful to him. Now he could feel it. Congratulations on becoming a Celestial General. Our Emperor's Battalion finally has another Celestial General. This is great. Fei Qing smiled. Right. Now Commander Mi will become the 3rd commander, and you will be our 2nd commander, Fei Yi said from the side. Don't say that. You will hurt Commander Mi's feelings. Yang Wu stopped them from continuing. Fei Qing continued. Commander Wu may not know this, but our ranking here will be based on Gu City's palace. Your current rank is higher than Commander Mi's, so you will replace her. She will not have any objections, and neither will any of us. That's right. The recognition of the ancient city's palace has authority here. As a commander, it is enough to make the other leaders pay attention. There are no more than 20 people who can compare to you. Fei Yi said, there are so many people in the ancient city's palace. How can there be so few top-grade celestial generals? Yang Wu asked, confused. There are many celestial generals, but there are very few top-grade celestial generals. After reaching this step, they will wholeheartedly break through to the heavenly king level. Then, they will pay enough contribution points to leave for the God Realm. Tell me, how did you get here? Chapter 1362. Earth Star was divided into 6 realms: human, demon, monster, ghost, celestial, and immortal realms. There were also countless spatial realms in the 6 realms. The transcendent realm and the mortal realm were considered small realms in the human realm. There were also many special realms. The human realm had a total of 81 realms, and humans lived in every one of them. It was rumored that in ancient times, a great battle had broken Earth Star, resulting in the Earth Star being divided into 6 realms and various small realms. Fei Qing, Fei Yi, and the others came from another realm called the Martial Realm. They had the strength of a peak stage sage and had come to the divine realm to break through to the Jade Moon realm. According to what you said, the others came from different realms, and this place is an interface between the human realm and the divine realm. Yang Wu asked again. That's right. Didn't you come here to go to the divine realm? Fei Qing asked. I came here by mistake. Yang Wu spread his hands and said, Then what realm are you from? The transcendent realm. The lowest realm among the 81 realms, the transcendent realm? Fei Qing was speechless. Fei was also in disbelief. She did not expect Yang Wu to come from such a low-level realm. Yang Wu did not know the situation between the realms. He touched his nose and said, Is our realm that low level? 81 realms, and each realm has a difference in strength. As far as we know, the people from the transcendent realm are indeed weaker, and there are even fewer people who can go to the divine realm. This is all recorded in the ancient books. That's right. I have an ancient book here that you can take a look at. I didn't expect a true dragon like you to be born in such a low-level realm. The human realm's origin must be extraordinary. Yang Wu took the ancient book from Fei Yi and flipped through it as he walked back to the Emperor's camp. Along the way, when the soldiers saw Yang Wu, they looked at him disapprovingly at first. Then, when they saw the token hanging on his chest, they immediately bowed and saluted him. Experts at the heavenly general level would be treated with respect wherever they went. Yang Wu briefly skimmed through the records in the ancient books, and as expected, he discovered that the transcendent realm was ranked at the bottom after 70-something. There was no other reason other than the fact that it had the fewest number of people who had gone to the immortal realm in the last 100,000 years, so its position was extremely low. A long time ago, the transcendent realm was still a top-notch realm, and it was ranked in the top 10. Unfortunately, after 100,000 years, its status had plummeted, and it was looked down upon by many realms' humans. As for the humans from the top 10 realms, they were the ones who stood above the rest. No matter where they would always be a cut above the rest. This was also because they were the ones with the highest number of people heading to the divine realm. Also, he learned from the two that the divine firmament battlefield was only one of the entrances to the divine world. There were many other entrances, and the risks were different. The divine firmament battlefield was an ancient battlefield, and it was also a training ground. Here, one's cultivation level would be completely suppressed. Whoever could recultivate their cultivation level and step into the Jade Moon realm would become a god-level expert, and their journey to the divine world would be much smoother. It could also bridge the gap between the immortals of the mortal realm and the immortals of the divine world. After all, the divine world was blessed by the heavens. They were born as divine sons and divine daughters, and they had countless cultivation resources. They were much stronger than the mortals of the mortal realm. Even if mortals went through countless efforts and finally entered the divine world, they would only be at the bottom of the hierarchy, and they would only be oppressed living beings. Yang Wu's understanding of the situation here was like seeing the moon after the clouds cleared, and he suddenly saw the light. It turned out that this battlefield was not only a passage to the divine world, but also a training ground before entering the divine world. It was to allow the living beings of the mortal realm to improve their foundation and battle strength, and to close the gap between them and those of the mortal realm. As for the void-tempering art passed down by the ancient city temple, perhaps it was a place left behind by a certain power in the divine world to cultivate their inheritance. If anyone cultivated this body-tempering art and reached the Jade Moon realm, after entering the divine world, they would directly become a member of that power or be branded with that power's mark. This water is really deep, Yang Wu sighed in his heart. Yang Wu returned to his residence, and many female soldiers surrounded him again. Yang Wu had been recognized by the ancient city temple and become a top-level divine general. This was big news, and it was even more exciting than Yang Wu's consecutive victories yesterday. The women of the Princess Battalion were too insecure. Mi Jia was not enough to give them a sense of security, but Yang Wu could. Especially after he had been recognized by the ancient city temple, the Princess Battalion finally had a top-level divine general. If the other battalions wanted to bully them, they would have to think twice. When Mi Jia saw Yang Wu, she directly told him that the position of second commander had been handed over to Yang Wu. In the future, he would be able to give orders to the Princess Battalion. Until the princess returned, he would be the first commander of the Princess Battalion. Yang Wu did not refuse. On the way back, he had already heard the rules from Fei Qing and Fei Ye. In any case, at his level, it did not matter if he used these female soldiers or not. No one could restrict him. It was better than anything else. Leader, how long has it been since the princess disappeared? Yang Wu asked. A trace of sadness flashed across Mi Jia's face as she said, "More than 10 years. It's been so long, and you still keep her position as leader? Why don't you choose a new leader?" Yang Wu asked in surprise. The princess said that she would return, so Mi Jia replied awkwardly. The other girls also revealed complicated expressions towards the princess. Apart from respect, there's also a hint of fear. Yang Wu seemed to understand something. He muttered, "If I want to turn the Princess Battalion into my force, will you agree?" When he obtained the top-level divine general token, he already had this idea. However, he did not reveal it easily. After Fei Qing and Fei Ye told him the rules of the ancient city temple, he became even more determined. This is not good, right? What if the princess comes back? She is not easy to talk to. Something might have happened to the princess. The female divine soldier commander revealed a hesitant expression. She was extremely conflicted. Mijaya did not know what to say. She had a good relationship with the princess. Without the princess, she would not have the strength of a top-level divine soldier. However, the princess had indeed disappeared for too long. The people's hearts were scattered. If this continued, the princess battalion would collapse. Fei Qing said loudly, "The empress was our previous leader, but it has been more than 10 years since she left. According to the rules of the Palace of Ancient City, we can already appoint another leader. I suggest that Commander Wu be our leader. He can lead us to become stronger, obtain more resources, and work hard to head to the divine realm." Fei also said, "Commander Yang Wu's talent is outstanding. Although he has only been in the Princess Battalion for a short period of time, everyone has seen his character. There is nothing to say about him. He is a capable leader. I also suggest that Commander Yang Wu be our leader and lead us to become stronger." After Fei Qing and Fei Ye spoke, some female soldiers also joined in supporting Yang Wu. "I support Commander Wu to be our leader. Commander Wu, please lead us to obtain more resources. Commander Wu, I love you. Whatever you want to do, I will support you. Even if the princess returns, I will support you." Yang Wu's popularity was really good. After Fei Qing and Fei Ye's suggestion, most of the female soldiers supported him. Mi Jia and the other female commanders of the heavenly soldier rank looked at this scene with bitter smiles on their faces. They had been looking forward to the return of the empress to lead them again and become the head of the 8 great battalions. Now, it seemed that they could no longer hope for that. Yang Wu's appearance broke the princess's shackles and gave them hope. That was why they supported Yang Wu so much. It was not only because Yang Wu was strong, but because they all wanted to get rid of this awkward situation as soon as possible. They wanted to increase their strength as soon as possible and find a way to leave this place. After Mi Jia and the other divine soldier commanders nodded, Yang Wu became the leader of the Princess Battalion as he wished. However, he did not plan to use the name of the Princess Battalion. Instead, he changed it to the Marquis Battalion. They would become soldiers of the Marquis Battalion. They were originally Saint Realm experts from different realms. Some of them had even reached the half-step Tontian level. They had fought together for a long time, but they did not have a sense of belonging here. Whoever could lead them to obtain resources would be the leader. They could change the name of the battalion however they wanted. Some voices of opposition were completely suppressed. Then, Yang Wu announced that he was an alchemist, which smoothed out their dissatisfaction. As long as any of them could provide the materials, he could refine any level of elixir they needed. This news instantly ignited the hope of everyone in the battalion. It was not easy to increase one's cultivation level here. They had to obtain the void tempering technique to absorb the power of the void. If they had the help of elixirs, it would greatly shorten the time they needed to increase their cultivation level. There are not many alchemists here. Even if there were alchemists, their strength would be suppressed here. They could not refine elixirs. Yang Wu did not have such restrictions. His strength was suppressed, but it was not difficult for him to refine divine elixirs. When he recovered his cultivation level, he could also refine divine elixirs. Yang Wu gathered the materials of all the female soldiers and began to refine the first batch of elixirs for them. It was a way to win their hearts. All the female soldiers were looking forward to it. When Yang Wu successfully refined the first batch of lesser divine elixirs, the Princess Battalion immediately became excited. With this batch of lesser divine elixirs, their strength could be improved. Help me spread the word that I can refine elixirs for any soldier, but they must provide the materials themselves and pay contribution points or remuneration, Yang Wu announced. When he learned that the mystic essence Qi required 1,000,000 god contribution points, he could not remain calm. When the Empress Battalion spread this news, Yang Wu became the most popular character in the ancient city. Chapter 1363. What did you say? The Empress Battalion has changed to the Marquis Battalion? That's right. Yang Wu has become a top-notch heavenly general and taken over the Empress Battalion. Furthermore, it has changed its name to Marquis Battalion. There's another big piece of news. Yang Wu is a saint-level alchemist. If anyone can take out the ingredients, he can help them refine pills. The prerequisite is that they have enough contribution points or other resources. Is he going to defy the heavens? His battle prowess is so abnormal, and he's also an alchemist. He can't be lying to us, right? He should be a master of both alchemy and martial arts. This guy is going to be rich. He has changed his name to Marquis Battalion. I wonder if he accepts male soldiers. The news of Yang Wu was spreading among the various battalions. They were constantly trying to verify the authenticity of the news. This was too shocking for them. After many inquiries, the news of Yang Wu becoming a top-notch heavenly general was definitely not fake. In addition, they did not dare to be completely sure of the news of him being an alchemist. This was because the news came from the mouths of the female soldiers of Marquis Battalion. It was hard to tell if it was true or false. However, when another piece of news came out, they believed 80% of it. That was, Yang Wu could not refine the pills they needed. The materials would be returned double. Yang Wu dared to boast like this, giving the soldiers of the other battalions a great sense of trust. Thus, soldiers from the other battalions came to Marquis Battalion with materials and requested to see Yang Wu. The other party could not see Yang Wu, so Fei Qing and Fei Yu received him. After handing over the materials, he could come back 3 days later to collect the pills. The other party was skeptical. After 3 days, he came back and indeed obtained the pills he needed. Just like this, the news of Yang Wu being an alchemist spread. Following that, many soldiers brought materials to Marquis Battalion to line up, hoping that Yang Wu would refine pills for them. In the beginning, there were not many soldiers. Yang Wu accepted the orders one by one and completed the requests of these soldiers. He also obtained some contribution points. Unfortunately, Yang Wu was not satisfied with this. The contribution points of this kind of low-level pill were too little. It was simply a waste of his time. He doubled the price of the pill and accepted the refinement of the sacred pill. The soldiers here did not lack resources. After they came to the divine firmament battlefield, they still had their original foundation and had not contributed all of it to the ancient city hall. They still had a lot of saint stones. Even if Yang Wu raised the price, they could still afford it. As for those sacred pills, only heaven soldier level commanders needed to refine them. Only then would they be able to take out more contribution points to exchange for the pills. The price Yang Wu offered was actually only double the price of the outside world. In this place where there were very few pills, doubling the price wasn't too outrageous. The reason why he did this was because his pill congealing rate was very high, and the number of pills he concocted was very high. After he concocted a batch of pills, he only needed to give 1 or 2 pills to the other party, and the rest could be traded with others. Unknowingly, he earned the most. In a single month, Yang Wu had obtained 100,000 saint contribution points, as well as many saint stones and herbs. If he exchanged them all, it would be equivalent to 500,000 saint contribution points. This was an income that many people might not be able to obtain in a year or even several years. Unfortunately, this income was just a drop in the bucket for Yang Wu. If this continues, when will I be able to earn 1 million God contribution points? I need to change my strategy. Yang Wu was not satisfied with this and thought to himself. Just then, Mi Jia walked over carefully and said, "Leader, Heavenly General Dongfang, Chun wants to see you." Now, Mi Jia was not as graceful as before beside Yang Wu. She seemed more restrained. This was also due to the change in their identities. Dongfang Chun. Yang Wu was puzzled. The new top-level Heavenly General of the Heaven Sword Camp. "You've met him once," Mi Jia emphasized. "Let him in," Yang Wu said after thinking for a moment. Soon, a steady and tall man walked in. It was Dongfang Chun. "Leader Yang Wu." Dongfang Chun greeted after seeing Yang Wu. Yang Wu returned the greeting and said, "Brother Dongfang, what brings you here?" The other party was the Heavenly General who had obtained the magnetic light in the magnetic pit. Now that he had passed the test of the ancient city hall, he had become a top-level heavenly general like Yang Wu. I'm here to discuss a cooperation with leader Yang Wu, Dongfang Chun said. Dongfang Chun said, and then went straight to the point. Our heavenly sword camp needs a batch of medicinal pills, either saint pills or minor saint pills. We will provide the materials and give you a satisfactory reward. How much do you need? Yang Wu asked in return. No limit. 10,000, 20,000. Dongfang Chun said generously. That's a lot. I'll need a long time to refine them. That's right. So I hope that leader Yang Wu can refine pills for our Heaven Sword Camp first. I'm sorry. I don't want to accept this deal for the time being. Why? Are you afraid that we can't pay you? Yang Wu shook his head and said, No, I need a lot of contribution points. I thought that refining pills could give me contribution points quickly, but it's still not enough. It's too slow. Dongfang Chun and Mi Jiaya's eyes almost popped out when they heard this. He had earned dozens of times the Saint contribution points in a month, and he thought it was too slow? Did Yang Wu's conscience not hurt when he said this? They had worked hard outside, but it was difficult for them to earn so many contribution points. He actually thought it was too little. It was too much. How many contribution points do you need? Dongfang Chun came back to his senses and asked. 1,000,000. Yang Wu immediately replied. After a pause, he said, Godly contribution points. Dongfang Chun and Mi Jiaya fell silent. They also needed that many contribution points. With so many contribution points, they could leave this place. But before he became a heavenly king, it was almost impossible for him to earn so many contribution points. It was an astronomical number. If you want to obtain so many contribution points, you won't be able to obtain so many contribution points unless you go to those divine ruins or ruins to harvest divine items. Or you can also refine divine pills. Dongfang Chun replied, You're right. So I don't plan to refine these low-level pills anymore. It's a waste of my time. It's a pity that I haven't fully recovered. Otherwise, I could refine some divine pills and earn these contribution points easily. What a pity. Yang Wu sighed. Dongfang Chun and Mi Jiaya were shocked again. From Yang Wu's tone, he was also a divine apothecary? Could it be that when he entered the divine firmament battlefield, he was already at the divine firmament realm? That was impossible. Normally, those who had reached the divine firmament realm were not allowed to enter the divine firmament battlefield. Only those who were below the divine firmament realm were qualified to enter the divine firmament battlefield to train. Brother Dongfang, you can go back first. Let me think about it. If I refine more pills, I'll give you priority, Yang Wu said. Dongfang Chun didn't leave. Instead, he said, Leader Yang Wu, why don't you come with us to the ruins or the divine site to do a mission? It's faster to earn contribution points, but it's more dangerous. Yang Wu raised his eyebrows. Brother Dongfang, do you have a good place to go? What good place can there be? If we want to improve and need divine items, we have to go to the divine site or the ruins. If we're lucky enough to find divine items, we can increase our combat power and exchange them for contribution points. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to improve, Dongfang Chun said. Yang Wu thought about it again. Let me think about it. I don't want to go out in the short term. Let's work together again if there's a chance. Dongfang Chun could only leave after hearing Yang Wu's words. After Mi Jiaya saw them off, she said, Leader, if you keep refining pills like this, it won't take you a few years to accumulate the contribution points you need. There's no need to take the risk. Even so, it's not my style to stay here and refine pills. I still want to go out and have a look. Yang Wu replied. After a pause, he said, But don't worry. Before I go out, I'll definitely increase your strength. As long as you give me some contribution points, I'll give you pills at a cheaper price. The price will be half of what the other battalions give you. Thank you, leader. Mi Jiaya was overjoyed. Yang Wu became the leader of the Wuho battalion. He didn't want the battalion to collapse like this. If he increased the realm of Mi Jiaya and the others, it would increase the strength of the Wuho battalion. Even if he went out, no one would dare to bully them. He did this for a great purpose. Perhaps they could become his secret troop in the future. If there was a chance, he also wanted to send all the people from the transcendent realm here to train. If someone knew what he was thinking, they would laugh at him for being whimsical. He didn't even have the ability to leave this place, so how could he send people here to train? After Yang Wu stopped refining pills, he went into seclusion. He took out the dragon egg and sensed the power of the dragon egg. There was already life inside, and there was no way to refine its essence. He could only seal it and let it hatch into an evil dragon in the future. Maybe he could give it to one of his disciples as a gift. After that, Yang Wu started to work on the immortal root. He had to quickly recover his realm and strength before heading to the god sites and ruins to obtain more opportunities and contribution points. Ever since the immortal peach tree told him that the immortal root belonged to him and wasn't given to him by the immortal discord, he had been thinking about how to use it. This was probably the fastest way for him to recover his realm. The divine weapon electric fork wasn't willing to tell him how to use the immortal root, so he tried to figure it out himself. He didn't believe that he couldn't use it. He circulated the supreme 9 mysteries mantra, the 12 standard meridians, and the 8 extraordinary meridians. Balls of Xin Qi flowed in his meridians and formed a cycle with his dantian. His realm and strength were slowly increasing, but he couldn't use the power of the immortal root. Yang Wu looked at it and tried to use his power to touch it. However, when his power got close, it was absorbed by it. It still didn't move. He tried all kinds of methods, but he still didn't gain much. It's something in my body, so it must be able to sense what I'm sensing. Why can't I use it? My method must be wrong. My power can only strengthen it, so it must be able to strengthen my body and realm. Do I have to refine it into my dantian? No, it can't be like this. Immortal root, awaken for me. Whoosh. Chapter 1364. As Yang Wu's willpower roared, the immortal root suddenly swayed. Wisps of immortal qi floated above his dantian and spread to every part of his body. After the Xian qi that was circulating was nourished by the immortal qi, it became more cheerful. His limbs, bones, and internal organs were all cleansed. His entire body was filled with immortal light, and he felt extremely comfortable. His divine court Dao flower was also nourished by the immortal qi and grew vigorously. Petals bloomed one by one, and in the blink of an eye, there were 13 petals. His soul also had a unique immortal qi, and it became even more extraordinary. The immortal root awakened, and a vision appeared. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared in the ancient city, and inexplicable auspicious clouds appeared. Immortal palaces appeared, fairies danced, and cranes cried. It was a scene of singing and dancing, a scene of peace and prosperity, and immortal palaces appearing in the world. All the creatures in the ancient city looked up at this scene and were completely stunned. Even the creatures in the ancient city's palace were awakening. A powerful divine sense sensed everything that was happening in the ancient city to figure out how this vision appeared. Following the appearance of this strange phenomenon, many dangerous places outside the ancient city became incomparably restless. Powerful, ferocious beasts were born, shocking the world. Miracles appeared, wiping out an area of space. There were also strange items descending from the sky, causing countless disputes. No one knew what this was indicating, and no one knew who caused it. The strange phenomena came and went quickly. It was not easy to find some clues among the millions of living beings. Yang Wu was completely stunned. He really did not expect that the awakening of the immortal root would cause such a big commotion. The harvest was so great that it was more terrifying than cultivating a great success divine body. After his entire body had undergone a new round of marrow cleansing, his body had completely evolved. The hidden danger left by the dark nether spring had been completely eliminated. Boundless vitality was contained in every part of his body. Many hidden meridians and acupoints had been activated, and some inexplicable divine treasures had been opened. Even his blood had undergone a complete change. His blue blood vessels had turned into the red blood vessels of a newborn baby. Moreover, it contained traces of a different feeling. It was a power that surpassed the bloodlines of ordinary creatures. It was a mysterious power that reigned above bloodlines. Every single change made Yang Wu unable to use words to express his current feelings. It was simply too shocking. Even if he had taken a drop of immortal liquid, there would not be such a shocking change. This was a change in the physique of life. It exceeded the scope of a great success divine body and became a unique physique. It was also called the battle physique by the human race. Yang Wu's immortal root had awakened, and he had achieved an immortal physique. It was too early to call it an immortal physique. It was the foundation of an immortal physique. One's cultivation talent would become even more abnormal, and his future would be limitless, of the heavenly dragon realm and of the heavenly fish realm. And he had reached the dragon transformation realm, and had reached the peak dragon transformation realm. Was only one step away of the dragon realm, of the dragon of the realm. In addition to the immortal root, it was also because Yang Wu had already tempered each realm to an incomparably perfect state, which was why his realm could advance without any hindrance. His next step was to break through the celestial rune realm. It would be much easier. As long as he adapted to his body, he would be able to break through. Yang Wu's body excreted a thin layer of mucus. This was the impurities hidden deep in his body. When he cultivated the great success Saint Physique, there were almost no impurities in his body. However, under the immortal root's marrow cleansing, some impurities were still expelled. This proved that some impurities were hidden very deeply. Only a true immortal root physique could expel them. Perhaps they were not impurities, but impurities that the immortal qi could not tolerate. Yang Wu felt the changes in his body in a daze. He was unable to regain his senses for a long time. At this moment, he felt that his power was surging. He could kill a half-step heaven-piercing realm expert with his bare hands. He could even kill a true heaven-piercing realm expert. If he waited until he recovered his original realm, then he would be even more terrifying. My foundation is becoming more and more solid. There are no more obstacles to the Jade Moon realm. In the future, I might really become an immortal. Yang Wu was full of confidence. He found that the power in his Dantian was no less than the power of the Saint realm. In terms of Xianqi battle power, it would not be difficult for him to fight a mid-level or high-level Saint realm expert. It could be said that he had recovered half of his battle power. Yang Wu stood up and used the dragon turtle suppressing water stance. Water rushed out from the ground and circled around his body. It washed away all the impurities on his body. Yang Wu laughed and said, "I am more in tune with the power of heaven and earth. Even in this void, I can still feel the existence of the power of heaven and earth. This is why the immortal root is different." He did not find that his temperament had become even more different. An outstanding immortal qi enveloped him. It would not be an exaggeration to call himself the son of an immortal. After Yang Wu put on his clothes again, he activated the celestial general token and began to contact the ancient city palace. He was going to go out and do some missions to earn God contribution points. The celestial soldier token and celestial general token could directly sense the missions of the ancient city palace. This was to make it easier for them to earn God contribution points. After looking around, Yang Wu found that many of the missions were very challenging. Go to the northern secret temple and obtain the dark north flower. You will receive 500 God contribution points. Go to the storm space and obtain the wind setting stone. You will receive 100 God contribution points. Kill 500 kilograms of black iron divine stone. You will receive 200 God contribution points. Kill a God-level evil dragon. You will receive 1,000 God contribution points. In the end, Yang Wu's gaze landed on a mission. He held his breath and read it over and over again. Go to the thunder space and obtain the thunder god flower. You will receive 1,000,000 God contribution points. The thunder god flower was a rare flower in the thunder god realm. Its value was extraordinary. It could not be compared to a normal false god medicine. It was a true god medicine. Moreover, it was a top-grade true god medicine. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was worth 1,000,000 god stones. Even a top-grade Jade Moon Realm expert might not be able to obtain such a god flower. Its location was extremely dangerous. The thunder god flower was everywhere. It could kill a true god. Other than this mission, there were many other missions that were worth 1,000,000 God contribution points. These missions were very difficult to complete. Not only did they require strength, but they also required heaven-defying luck. It was not something that anyone could do. There are many quests here. I can go to any pocket dimension to do them. Unfortunately, it will take a lot of time. I must choose a more targeted location to earn contribution points as quickly as possible, Yang Wu thought to himself. That way, I can earn contribution points as quickly as possible. Soon, he drew a route. He would first pass through the barren plains and then arrive at the ruins of a temple. Finally, he would head to the Thunder Space to find the Thunder God Flower. Even if he could not find the Thunder God Flower, he could find the Thunder God Elixir. A pool of Thunder God Elixir was worth 100,000 God contribution points. There was also the Thunder God Pearl, which was worth 50,000 God contribution points. There were also many other Thunder God items, all of which were of high value. Before leaving, Yang Wu gathered Mi Jia, Fei Qing, Fei Ye, and some other heavenly soldier-level commanders. When they saw Yang Wu again, they were dazzled by his aura. It was as if it was the first time they had seen Yang Wu so handsome and charming. They were deeply attracted to him and could not recover for a long time. "Why are you all staring at me like that? Is there a flower on my face?" Yang Wu asked as he touched his face. "Leader, there isn't a flower on your face, but it's even more beautiful than a flower." Mi Jia blurted out. "Yeah, leader, how did you do it? You're so charming. When the ladies of Wu Ho Camp see you again, I'm afraid they'll all fall head over heels for you." Fei was also very pleased. "All right, don't be greedy. I know I'm very handsome, but if you keep praising me like this, I might get carried away." Yang Wu smiled faintly. Then, he cut to the chase and said, "I have a batch of pills here. Some of them are for you, while the rest are for you to control. Whoever can earn more contribution points for the camp, the pills will be given to them." Yang Wu took out a pile of pills. There were saint pills and little saint pills, all of which he had refined for others during this period of time. There were at least 8,000 pills. There were not many alchemists who could refine so many pills in such a short time. The ladies were shocked by Yang Wu's generosity. With Yang Wu's batch of pills, they could exchange for at least 1,000,000 saint contribution points. Yang Wu casually kept all of them for them. It was clear how generous he was. Mi Jia carefully took the pills and said respectfully, "We won't let down the leader's expectations of us. All right, I plan to go out on a mission. I'll be back in half a year if I'm quick and a year if I'm late. During this time, Mi Jia will continue to be in charge of the camp. The rest of you will support her with all your strength." Yang Wu emphasized the itinerary to reassure them. After all, if the princess didn't return, they would be leaderless. He had just become their leader, and now he had to leave again. He felt a little apologetic. "Leader, I'm afraid I'm not up to the task," Mi Jia said bitterly. Yang Wu had completely won the hearts of the people. Everyone was willing to listen to his orders. If she were to be in charge again, the pressure would not be small. In addition, the people of the other camps were also afraid of Yang Wu, but not her. "Don't worry, there are star pills among the pills I gave you. It's enough to help you break through to the heavenly general realm. They will be willing to listen to you. Star pills, then there shouldn't be a problem. In Fei Qing, Fei Ye, you all also have star pills, so your strength will improve. Don't worry, when I return next time, I will prepare some better pills for you to help you all reach the heavenly general realm. You can then escape from the battlefield. Many thanks, leader. And you don't need to announce my departure. Don't let anyone know that I've left War City for at least 3 months. You will have enough time to improve your strength. At that time, you won't need to be afraid of the other camps." Chapter 1365. Yang Wu once again appeared in the barren plains. He had sneaked out under the cover of night. He had not alerted anyone, nor had he been discovered by the other battalions. His goal was to buy some time for Mijaya and the others to break through to a higher level. By then, even if the other battalions knew that he had left the Wuho battalion, they would not dare to act recklessly in the Wuho battalion. This time, Yang Wu was traveling alone. He was in a good mood. As his strength gradually recovered, his confidence grew. Even if he encountered some powerful creatures on the plains, he would be able to put up a fight. It's time to crazily earn contribution points. Yang Wu thought to himself. He summoned the sacred mandala flower and began to sweep through all the resources here. At this moment, even in the darkness of the night, his eyes could see thousands of miles away. He could even see a bug lying on a wildflower clearly. His soul sense also covered a greater area. It was not inferior to when he was at his peak. This was the benefit of the immortal root's purification. The senses of his 5 senses had surpassed that of a saint. It was very beneficial to him. Some of the herbs hidden in the dark were discovered by him one by one. With a move of his divine sense, he could collect these herbs one by one. He brought the sacred mandala flower deeper. He planned to go to the magnetite pit again to collect more magnetite rays. Each ray of magnetite ray was worth 1,000 God contribution points. He might not be able to collect 1,000, but collecting dozens or even 100 of them should not be a problem. The only problem was to make sure that the immortal peach tree did not devour them all. Soon, he arrived near the magnetite pit. Just as he was about to collect magnetite rays like last time, he realized that the magnetite power had been retracted. It was not like last time, where there was a large area of magnetite power. There was only a small magnetite pit in the depths. It was obvious that the magnetite beast had retracted all its power. This guy is too smart, Yang Wu exclaimed. He guessed that the magnetite beast must have stopped releasing magnetite power after a portion of its magnetite power was absorbed the last time. Yang Wu could only leave helplessly. This magnetite beast was worth 100,000 God contribution points. If it was alive, it would be worth 300,000 God contribution points. Unfortunately, he did not have the ability to subdue it. The other party was definitely a top-tier mythological beast. Even if he and the holy mandala flower worked together, they would be killed by the magnetic force before they could even get close. Yang Wu continued deeper into the plains. There was a shrine in the plains known as the Temple of Peace. He didn't know where it had come from, but there were still many God-level opportunities left behind. This was one of the goals of his trip. Only high-ranked heavenly generals would be able to reach the Taiping Temple. Those who were too weak would only die on the way. Before arriving at the Taiping Temple, Yang Wu discovered a group of demon clans. They were surrounding and killing a group of wolf demons, and in this territory, there was a medicinal field. There were holy medicines and small holy medicines. No wonder the demon clan would make such a big fuss. These demonic wolf lords were not weak either. They were not easily killed by the fiends. The battle between the two sides was very intense. In the end, it was the demon clan's creatures that chased the demonic wolf demons away. Yang Wu would not let go of the opportunity to kill them. He ordered the holy mandala flower to attack and devour them all. The holy mandala flower was nourished by Yang Wu's immortal root and became even more sacred. It did not look like an evil flower at all, but more like an immortal flower. Its killing power was very strong. She was about to reach the God level. Before that, she needed to accumulate a large amount of energy. These demon clan's creatures were her energy source. These demon clan's creatures did not have much room to resist. Even if a demon saint activated a demon god's item, it was killed by Yang Wu's netherworld ice wing blade before it could release its power. Yang Wu collected all the herbs in this area. Then, he found a saint vein underground. Naturally, he also pulled it out and put it in his bag. Yang Wu continued to move forward. The creatures he encountered became more and more powerful. Some of them could easily find his whereabouts and forced him to flee in a sorry state. There were many of them, and their life force was incomparably strong. He could not kill them all just because he wanted to. In addition, he also saw a terrifying creature that was as big as a mountain. He almost stepped on its back. Fortunately, he sensed that it was a big guy with life force and decisively distanced himself from it. There were also some evil plants. Even the holy mandala flower was afraid of them. Their cultivation was too high. She was no match for them. Yang Wu used the Big Dipper sword and Blue Demonis consecutively to pass through these dangerous situations. From this, one could see how terrifying the barren plains were. If others wanted to enter, they would have a 90% chance of dying. Finally, he saw a ruined shrine in the distance. It was still shrouded in divine light. All living things could not easily get close. After arriving here, Yang Wu could not wait to approach. Don't disappoint me, Yang Wu thought. Before he arrived at the shrine, he sensed the presence of many creatures in the surroundings. There were humans, foreign races, and beasts. They were all in different locations, but their target was undoubtedly the Peace Shrine. These creatures were all very powerful. They were at least peak saints. There were not many of them. Those who could make it here all had some god-tier trump cards. After arriving here, they were clearly trying to find a way to enter the shrine. So far, they had not found a way. Yang Wu went around them and approached the shrine. He also discovered that there was a god formation around the shrine. Ordinary creatures could not enter. He sensed the surroundings, and after he discovered that there were no suspicious living beings in the surroundings, he opened his soul without hesitation to see if there were any flaws in the divine formation. Very quickly, he discovered that there were indeed some weak spots in the divine formation, and there were also some cracks. However, they also contained great danger, and if he accidentally touched those spots, he would definitely die. Before he could find the true flaws, he heard a shout not far away. "Wait for me to break through." This was a member of the outsider race who possessed the otherworldly eyes. He could also see the situation within the formation. With a confident shout, he charged into the formation. He hadn't even taken a few steps when an inexplicable power rippled, and a terrifying power swept towards him. He could only let out a miserable cry before he was quickly turned into a pool of blood. He could not be more dead. The other creatures were all covered in cold sweat. They did not dare to take the risk. Not long after, an old beast in human form came. He wore a set of armor and carried the demon god lamp. He tried to break through the formation again. This old beast was quite capable. After carefully walking into the formation, he quietly disappeared among the creatures. Very clearly, this old beast had found a way to enter the shrine. The other creatures saw hope again and tried to break through the shrine. Unfortunately, most of the creatures who tried to break through the shrine did not have much luck. Even though the god formation was quite damaged, it was still not easy for god-tier creatures to enter. Soon, there were also humans who were eager to give it a try. "Brother Dongfang, are we really going to go in?" someone asked the leader. The leader was Dongfang Chun of the Sky Sword Camp. He had not expected him to come to the Taiping Shrine. Besides him, there were a few other people. They were Yugo, Wen Chongqiao, Sang Qinxiang, and two other heavenly generals Yang Wu had never seen before. These people were at least high-level saints. Before entering the divine firmament battlefield, their strength had all reached the peak of the saint stage or half a step into the immortal realm. Fortune comes from danger. I have the power of magnetism to interfere with the power of the god formation. Brother Wen also has the formation-breaking flag. We should be able to pass through together. Even if we encounter danger, Qinxiang has the teleportation decree and can teleport us out. What's there to worry about? Dongfang Chun analyzed. When Chongqiao nodded. That's right. Let's try together. Perhaps we can get unexpected gains. The others hesitated. The two heavenly generals Yang Wu had never seen before retreated. They did not dare to join the group. The other four began to take out their divine items and prepare to break through. "Brother Dongfang, why don't you wait for me?" Yang Wu's voice rang out. He decided to break through with Dongfang Chun and the others. They were more confident than if he went alone. Yang Wu, Yugo tensed up when he saw him. He had been defeated by Yang Wu and had a deep impression of Yang Wu. "Leader Yang Wu, when did you come?" Dongfang Chun was pleasantly surprised. When he was in the ancient city, he met Yang Wu and wanted Yang Wu to refine some pills for the Heavenly Sword Camp. Unfortunately, Yang Wu did not plan to refine any more pills. After he bid farewell to Yang Wu, he called a few of his heavenly generals and rushed to the Taiping Temple. He did not expect to meet Yang Wu here. He was quite happy. With Yang Wu joining them, their side was more confident. "I just arrived," Yang Wu replied. "Leader Yang Wu, are you really going to break in with us?" "It's very dangerous here," Dongfang Chun reminded him. "You all have the courage. I'm not afraid of death either. Let's go in and take a risk. Perhaps we'll reap great rewards," Yang Wu said. "All right, if that's the case, let's discuss how to break the formation. We'll do our best to make sure nothing goes wrong," Dongfang Chun said. When Chongqiao opened his mouth and said, Leader Yang Wu, we'll all contribute. What help can you provide us? Yugo and Sang Xinxiang also looked at Yang Wu. They wanted to hear what Yang Wu had to break the formation. Brother Dongfang has the power of magnetism. I have it too. I can open up a path with him, Yang Wu said seriously. After a pause, he said, I also have a formation-breaking flag. All right, then we welcome Leader Yang Wu to join us, Wen Chongqiao said with satisfaction. Once we enter the formation, it's hard to say whether we'll live or die. I hope no one will play tricks. Otherwise, no one will have a good time, Yugo said. He was deliberately targeting Yang Wu. If I want to trick you, I don't need to enter the formation. I can do it right now, Yang Wu said calmly as he looked at Yugo. All right, stop arguing. Everyone get ready. We'll break in together. Chapter 1366. Yang Wu, Dongfang Chun, Wen Chongqiao, Yugo, and Sang Xinxiang worked together to break the formation. This divine formation had been through so many years that its power was not as strong as before. There were also some flaws. As long as they had enough trump cards, breaking the formation would not be a problem. If the divine array hadn't been damaged, even a god-level creature would have died if they had entered. This was a top-notch divine formation. Leader Yang Wu, you guard the left, I'll guard the right. Brother One and Brother you will guard the back. Chen Xiang, you can fill in at any time or teleport us together, Dongfang Chen commanded. Even though Yang Wu was the leader of the Wu Ho camp, he was also a top-notch heaven general like Dongfang Chen. His status was similar, and the others were all Dongfang Chen's friends. Yang Wu was only responsible for coordinating the operation, so he naturally wouldn't be the leader. Yang Wu and the others stood in position. They chose the location of the formation's flaw and rushed in at the same time. Yang Wu did not dare to hold back. He opened his soul, eye, and looked at the crisscrossing formation patterns to avoid going to the wrong place. At the same time, he condensed the metamagnet sword finger in his left and right hands and began to interfere with the formation's power to prevent it from killing them. On the other side, Dongfang Chen did not have the same ability as Yang Wu. He took out a battle sword and attached the metamagnet ray's power to interfere with the formation's power and give them space to move forward. Wen Chongqiao and Yugo each held an array-breaking flag and poured their energy into it, protecting the five of them. Sang Xinxiang took out a divine decree. With a single thought, they would be able to teleport out of this place. The teleportation divine decree was not only integrated with divine power, but also the formation's power. It was a decree that could only be made by a divine formation master. These people had powerful backgrounds, and each of them had their own trump cards. They moved forward step by step. The formation around them kept surging and could crush them at any time. Their expressions were solemn as they felt the boundless pressure. It was as if they were not facing a divine formation, but the power of a god. As they ventured deeper, the pressure became even greater. If they were the slightest bit careless, something could happen to them. At this time, Yang Wu's soul eyes flashed, and he glanced in Dongfang Chen's direction. There was an extremely thin line of formation that was not disturbed by his magnetic force, and was still there. Seeing that Dongfang Chen was about to touch it, he reached out and pulled Dongfang Chen back. Be careful, there's a dark line under your feet. Dongfang Chen was startled. He quickly looked down and saw an imperceptible array pattern under his feet. He almost touched it and was scared out of his wits. Thank you for your reminder, Chief Yang Wu. Dongfang Chen wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. There are many hidden lines around here. Everyone, pay attention. As long as we can hold on for another 5 meters, we will be completely safe, Yang Wu said. At this moment, everyone had also noticed that Yang Wu had opened his third eye. They were immediately convinced by his words and began to pay more attention to their surroundings. Just as they were about to pass through the 5 meters, a force suddenly rushed towards Sang Xinxiang's position. She screamed in fright and tore the teleportation divine decree, leaving this place. It was also when she was about to leave, whether it was intentional or not, she bumped into Yugo, causing Yugo to lose his balance and collide with the power of the formation pattern beside him. Yugo's mind instantly went blank. It's over. Follow me. Yang Wu's voice rang out. He grabbed Yugo with a backhand grip and other forces wrapped around Dongfang Chun. Wen Cheng rushed forward. At the same time, he released the magnetic force from his body, delaying the power of the array that was surging towards them. Plop! Yang Wu took the three of them and directly rushed out of the divine array. As soon as they fell out of the divine array, a terrifying force came crashing down on them from the spot they had just left, making up for the flaw in the array. If they had been a little slower, they would have been obliterated by this force. The four of them broke out in cold sweat at the same time. Yugo cursed, saying, "Qinxiang, that bitch, I want her to die a horrible death." His loss of position just now was caused by Sang Qinxiang's collision. He hated Sang Qinxiang to death. The others' expressions were not good either. They had hoped that Sang Qinxiang would use the teleportation divine decree to take them away at the critical moment. Who knew that this woman would leave alone without caring about their lives? Perhaps she had done it on purpose just now to attract the power of the divine array to strangle them. We must avenge this. Wen Cheng Chao shouted in a deep voice. It's all thanks to leader Yang Wu. Otherwise, we would have all died here. Dongfang Chun came back to his senses and cupped his hands towards Yang Wu. Since I came in with you, this is what I should do. Yang Wu said indifferently, but he remembered saying Chun Xiang in his heart. Whether when Chong Chao and you go like Yang Wu or not, they also cupped their hands towards him to express their gratitude. Okay, let's hurry up and see what opportunities there are in this temple. Dongfang Chin cheered up. There's no need to look. Our opponents are here, Yang Wu said with a dignified expression. When Chong Chao and Yugo looked around, sure enough, they saw a group of people rushing towards them. Kill the invaders. An emotionless voice rang out. It was a group of cavalrymen wearing ancient armor. They were all riding on stone horses and carrying battle weapons as they rushed over. This group of cavalry had a total of 36 riders. Their bodies were surrounded by a murderous aura, and their battle aura soared into the sky. They rushed over like the wind, and their battle weapons erupted with terrifying power that enveloped the few of them. These 36 riders were all at the level of divine generals. When they attacked together, the deterrent force was too strong. Fight or run. Dongfang Chen couldn't help but ask Yang Wu. He automatically ignored when Chong Chao and Yugo. One of them was an advanced divine general, while the other was an intermediate divine general. They were much weaker than the two of them. They are full of treasures. Yang Wu's eyes glowed. He recognized that these 36 riders were wearing top-notch divine armors and wielding top-notch divine weapons. If they were all killed, these would be a fortune. Without waiting for Dongfang Chan to reply, the attacks of the 36 riders had already landed. Yang Wu didn't wait for them to reply and took the initiative to rush into the group of 36 riders. The combined strength of these 36 riders could kill a half-step reaching Heaven Realm expert, and could even shake an ordinary reaching Heaven Realm expert. Only Yang Wu had the courage to take the initiative to deal with them. I'll take my leave. When Chong Chao didn't dare to face these attacks, he turned around and quickly left. Yugo also wanted to leave, but Dongfang Chun said to him, the contract is mutually beneficial. No one knows what dangers there will be after separating. You can't deal with it. Yugo swallowed his saliva and said, then stay. Thus, Dongfang Chun and Yugo charged towards the 36 riders at the same time. However, before they could get close to the 36 riders, they heard a series of explosions, which gave them a fright. Bang! Bang! The explosions continued, and with each explosion, a rider was sent flying. In a few blinks of an eye, the 36 riders were all blown up. Dongfang Chun and Yugo were both dumbfounded. The attacks of the 36 riders were so terrifying that they had to take out their divine weapons to be able to resist. Now, Yang Wu had blown up the 36 riders with an unstoppable force. Their divine weapons were useless. In the next moment, Yang Wu put them all into his Chinquin space and said happily, these puppets are not bad. I hope there will be a few more waves. Dongfang Chun and Yugo were in a mess. Why was there such a big gap between people? What's wrong with you? Quickly go and see if there are any other puppet teams. Yang Wu looked at Dongfang Chun and Yugo. Okay. Dongfang Chun and Yugo came back to their senses and replied. Previously, Dongfang Chun wanted to compete with him in terms of magnetic force to see who was stronger. Yugo even more recklessly challenged the other party and was almost beaten to death. In his heart, he said with tears streaming down his face, "Leader Yang Wu is truly a good person. He gave me face on the stage and didn't kill me with a single punch." This was not the only group of puppets. There were quite a few groups of puppets wandering around the area. There were a total of 108 riders, scattered in different directions to guard the temple. There were some broken limbs and corpses everywhere. Some of the corpses were still bleeding. It was obvious that they had died not long ago. Some had died a lot and had already turned into dried corpses. The puppet mounts here were not complete. Some had been destroyed by others, leaving only the majority to continue guarding here. This was only the outermost team of the temple. They had not yet entered the temple's gate. Yang Wu was not in a hurry to go in. This Taiping temple had existed for so many years. Those who could enter had already entered, and those who could not enter. It was unknown whether the inheritance was still there. First, he would take these puppets that others looked down on. It should be said that he was interested in the puppets' equipment. Many creatures who came here only wanted to quickly enter the temple's inheritance. These puppets' equipment were nothing in their eyes. Dongfang Chun and Yugo also wanted help, but Yang Wu did not need them. With a simple punch, he broke the puppet's forehead and took it down. After a while, Yang Wu collected more than 50 puppets and more than 50 sets of equipment. Each set was worth a lot. Yang Wu looked at Dongfang Chun and Yugo with some embarrassment. "Sorry, I forgot to leave a few puppets for you. If there are any later, you can go first." No, as long as you like it," Dongfang Chun hurriedly responded. At this time, he already regarded Yang Wu as a leader. He no longer just regarded Yang Wu as a divine general. "I think so. We came together, so we should get something together," Yang Wu responded. He then looked at Yugo and said, "Don't you think so?" "Haha, Leader Yang Wu is right. We are willing to serve you." Yugo clearly misunderstood Yang Wu's meaning. He thought that Yang Wu wanted them to take the lead. Not long after, they wanted to cry. Chapter 1367. When Yang Wu, Dongfang Chun, and Yugo entered the temple, puppets appeared once again. However, these puppets were not as strong as the ones outside. Instead, they were puppets of a higher level. Each of them was half-step into the divine realm, and the ones leading them were true divine realm puppets. They wore exquisite armor and rode stone wolves. They patrolled the temple and did not allow any living creatures to enter. Previously, when Chong Xiao, who had left the team with them, was besieged by several puppets and was about to be crippled. When he saw Yang Wu and the others come in, he hurriedly cried out, "Please lend me a hand." He was wearing a divine armor and carrying a divine weapon, yet he was still no match for these puppets. It was clear how powerful these puppets were. "All right, I'll let you guys go first this time. Otherwise, you'll say that I'm eating alone," Yang Wu said to Dongfang Chun and Yugo. Dongfang Chun's face fell instantly, and Yugo wanted to cry. These puppets were obviously much stronger. They had no chance of winning. However, since Yang Wu had spoken, they did not dare to delay. They carried their weapons and charged at the puppets. Fortunately, there were not many puppets, so there was still some room to deal with them. They each used their own methods and engaged in a fierce battle with the puppets. Yang Wu began to size up the situation of the temple. He found that more than half of the temple had collapsed, and only a small part of it remained. The fact that the puppets were still here was a blessing in disguise. The temple was very large. There were 3 main halls and 33 side halls. They were built in a picturesque disorder. The halls were connected by arrays, forming an array within the hall. In front of them was only the front hall. If they wanted to enter the other halls, they still needed to pass through the arrays between the halls. In addition, Yang Wu found that these arrays were very strange. They did not seem to be a peerless array that was deliberately set up. Instead, they seemed to be natural arrays that were intertwined with power. He was not an array master, so he could not understand the profoundness of these arrays. These powers don't seem to be the power of a divine array. It's too strange, Yang Wu thought to himself. At this time, Dongfang Chun, Yugo and Chong Xiao, and the others were being beaten by the puppets. Their strength wasn't weak. With the help of divine weapons, they could fight against half-step deity-level creatures. Unfortunately, they weren't of one mind, fighting separately. It was difficult for them to pose a threat to those puppets. When Dongfang Chun finally got rid of a puppet, when Chong Chao, this villain, lured another puppet over, and he took the opportunity to slip away again. When Chong Chao, once we get out of here, I swear I'll kill you. Dongfang Chun roared. You go, who was at the side, had already been beaten to tears. His abdomen had been pierced by the puppet, and his shoulder had been blasted apart by the puppet. He felt that he was about to die. Charge for what? Charge! Yugo shouted regretfully. Just as the puppet's battle spear was about to pierce his glabella, a long whip lashed out, and the puppet's glabella exploded, no longer causing any damage. Yang Wu held a dragon vine whip and said calmly, You guys are really weak. It's hard to get lucky like this. Yugo was so shy that she wanted to die. He had been in the divine firmament battlefield for more than 10 years, and this was the first time he was looked down upon by someone. On the other side, Dongfang Chun was fighting against two enemies at the same time. He was also in danger. He only managed to escape after Yang Wu intervened. At this moment, he was full of admiration for Yang Wu's combat strength. Yang Wu didn't have time to pay attention to him. He waved the dragon vine whip leisurely, and streaks of dragon-shaped battle aura roared. The terrifying aura of a dragon crashed into the puppet's glabella, killing them one by one. One of the puppets that hadn't made a move all this time finally moved. He said in a hoarse voice, Kill all intruders. This puppet was extremely powerful. It held a spear, a defensive shield, a battle sword, and a battle bow on its back. It was clearly an all-rounder. The puppet's spear attacked. Light and shadow flowed, and its battle intent was shocking. It landed in front of Yang Wu's chest in the blink of an eye. Just as Yang Wu was about to be stabbed, the black tortoise battle armor appeared on his body. It reversed the defensive battle aura and deflected the power of the spear. Without waiting for Yang Wu to counterattack, the puppet smashed the battle shield toward Yang Wu's head like a battle weapon. Such a continuous and fierce attack made Dongfang Chun and Yugo's hearts palpitate. If it were them, the other party could kill them in one strike. Yang Wu couldn't retreat in time. The black tortoise battle armor was smashed. The huge impact shattered the armor, and the remaining force made him retreat continuously. This was the power of a god-level living being. Yang Wu hadn't recovered his battle strength to the Starline realm, and the defensive power of the black tortoise battle armor wasn't strong enough. However, this attack didn't injure him. He felt that his physical body's resistance had exceeded the limit. It was even higher than his original great success, Saint Physique. Perhaps it could be said to be a perfect Saint Physique, and not just a great success. Yang Wu's confidence increased greatly. He held the dragon vine whip and swung it out, entangling the puppet's battle spear. The double-blade, triple dragon spear appeared and pierced the puppet's forehead. Clank! The puppet reacted quickly and blocked Yang Wu's attack with its battle shield. At the same time, the puppet waved its arms, releasing power from its battle spear and battle shield. It used a violent method to meet Yang Wu head-on. Bang! Bang! The two of them clashed together continuously. It was like a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. It was very exciting. Not far away, two people were watching the battle and commenting on it. Who is this person? He actually has such combat strength. Could it be someone from another ancient city? A rough man wearing lion armor doubtfully asked. There is only one ancient city near the barren wasteland. Look over there, it's Dongfang Chun and Yugo. They came together, so they must be people from our ancient city palace. Perhaps they are new generals. The gloomy man with a bloody blade on his back replied. No matter who he is a retard. These puppets are inanimate objects. As long as we restrain our aura, they won't be able to find us. Why waste so much time here? The rough man said. He paused for a moment and said, Let's go to the other palaces to take a look. Okay. The gloomy man replied and left with them. When they left, Yang Wu glanced at their original position and focused on fighting the puppets. He felt the changes in his body strength. It was really much stronger than before. He needed this battle to consolidate his foundation and break through to the celestial rune realm as soon as possible. As long as he returned to the celestial rune realm, he would be able to do many things. Yang Wu was continuously beaten back by the puppets. Even if there were wounds on his body, they would be immediately healed. This was the benefit of activating his immortal root. In the end, he used a trick to restrain his aura. It was as if he had disappeared in front of the puppets. He didn't let the puppets feel any life force and shattered the puppet's forehead in one fell swoop, obtaining victory. Yang Wu hurriedly took off all of the puppet's equipment and put it on himself. So heavy. This is really good stuff. Now I feel safe. Not far away, Dongfang Chun and Yu Go were dumbfounded. They felt that Yang Wu was like a bandit. He didn't even let go of the puppet's clothes. He was too beastly. It had to be said that after Yang Wu put on the ancient armor, he looked much more formidable. He said to Dongfang Chun and Yu Go, "What are you guys standing there for? Quickly go into the palace and see if there are any good things. Could it be that you want to leave them all for me?" Leader Yang Wu is joking. "We respect you." Yu Go spoke first. "Yes, we follow Leader Yang Wu," Dongfang Chun said. "You guys are very good. Then let's go into the palace and take a look," Yang Wu said with a satisfied smile. Thus, they stepped into the front hall. In front of the main hall, there were 4 big words carved Taiping Temple. Among them, the word temple was almost shattered. They could only vaguely make out these 2 words. The left and right pillars and the door were all torn down. Yang Wu said sadly, "These beasts didn't even let go of the door ornaments." Dongfang Chun and Yu Go nodded in agreement. After they stepped into the palace, they cursed again. Because the corridor tiles on the ground were also hollowed out, it was obvious at a glance that it was done by the creatures who came in before them. Anything of value in the hall had been swept clean. It seems that there's nothing in this palace. Yu Go was extremely disappointed. Dongfang Chun smiled bitterly and said, "We risked our lives to come here and didn't even see a strand of hair. It's really heartbreaking." "You're wrong. There really is a strand of hair here." Yang Wu responded from the side and swept towards an ancient well with big strides. Then he wiped his hands and grabbed into the ancient well. The next moment, he fished out a strand of hair. This was a gray feather without any luster. It blended into the dark well, making it difficult to discover its existence. Perhaps even if its existence was discovered, no one would care. How much could a gray feather count for? Dongfang Chun and Yu Go were speechless. There was indeed a strand of hair here. They had no interest in this strand of hair. At a glance, they knew that it was just a strand of hair dropped by a bird or beast. What use could it have? Yang Wu, however, felt that it was different. He felt a faint underworld aura from this feather. There weren't many birds that could touch the underworld aura. Lunar bird? Or 9 secret underworld bird? Yang Wu thought in his heart. He didn't think much about it and put the feather away. Perhaps it would be of great use. Even if it wasn't, he could take it back and make a feather fan for the beautiful military advisor. However, just as he threw it into the Chinquan space, the innate phoenix fan automatically appeared with the flames of a phoenix and burned the gray feather. After the gray feather was stimulated, it finally displayed its ability. The figure of a gray bird appeared. Yo-yo! This was a 9 secret underworld bird, the natural enemy of the phoenix. The 9 secret underworld bird was a divine bird in the underworld. It specialized in the energy of the underworld, while the phoenix specialized in the energy of the extreme yang. The 2 were exactly opposite of each other. When placed together, they would repel each other. He also found that the firepower of the phoenix fan couldn't do anything to this gray feather at all. On the contrary, this feather extinguished a lot of the firepower and even destroyed the phoenix fan. Even a strand of hair is a divine object. This trip was worth it. Chapter 1368. There were many uses for the feathers of top-level birds. They could be used as fan soldiers, formation-breaking soldiers, warship heads, or even martial weapons. Yang Wu wouldn't tell Dongfang Chun and Yu Go about the feathers of the nethermost bird. Anyway, they had seen it and didn't know what kind of feathers they were. The front hall of the Taiping Temple was really scraped. They didn't get anything except for a feather. They had to go to the other halls to know if they could get anything. Since they were already here, they didn't want to leave. Dongfang Chun and Yugo had learned their lesson. Wherever Yang Wu went, they would follow. At least their lives were guaranteed. After all, Yang Wu wasn't the kind of person who would hit someone when they were down. They weren't worried that he would attack them. There were still formations between the halls. They still had to pass through carefully, otherwise it would be easy for something to happen. They went through 3 halls in a row. There was really nothing left in each hall. It was too clean. They couldn't help but feel like turning around and leaving. When they went to the 4th hall, they felt more and more pressure. This was the pressure from the temple. The deeper they went, the stronger this feeling became. The power of the formation flowing here was more majestic, and there were fewer flaws. Dongfang Chun suddenly exclaimed, "This isn't the power of divine techniques. It's the power of divine chains." "What's the power of divine chains?" Yang Wu asked, puzzled. Yugo said with a pale face, "Could it be this is a divine palace?" Dongfang Chun pointed at the flowing divine power and said with a dignified expression, "Look carefully. These formation patterns are different from the usual ones. They're flowing like chains. They're not real formation patterns, but they're definitely divine chains." "What's a divine chain?" Yang Wu asked again. "You don't know about divine chains?" Dongfang Chun looked at Yang Wu in surprise and asked. Yang Wu said with a blank face, "Should I know?" Dongfang Chun and Yugo both looked at Yang Wu as if they had seen a ghost. They really didn't understand how this guy who didn't even know about divine chains could be so powerful. Could it be that he was really lucky to have such strength? The Jade Moon Realm is also called the Heaven Ascension Realm. It can also be called the God Realm, but it's actually the false God Realm. You know that, right? Of course I understand. Then do you know what is the realm above the Jade Moon Realm? It seems to be called the Nine Suns Realm. That's right. The Nine Suns Realm, also known as the Nine Palaces Realm, is the true God Realm. Upon reaching this realm, one must cultivate divine palaces. Only after cultivating 9 divine palaces and transforming them into 9 suns can one become a true god. The divine palaces are formed by divine chains. The so-called divine chains are the true God's understanding of divine power. They are the martial Tao chains that they have cultivated with their entire lives. Then, they are refined with rare materials to construct the divine palaces and become a true God. You mean to say that this is the divine palace of a 9 suns realm, true God? And the power of these divine arrays is actually the power of the divine chains? Yang Wu asked. Dongfang Chun nodded seriously. "I can't be wrong. At first, I didn't notice it, but after coming here, the divine chains are too obvious. We've entered a divine palace. How was that possible? You also said that the divine palace is a place of divine energy formed by the divine power of a true God. Then, where did the palace we are in come from? It can't be that a true God took this palace into his divine palace, right?" Yugo continued, "It's just as you said. This divine palace was taken into the divine palace by a true God. Divine palaces are the same as universe spaces. They can hold anything, so naturally they can hold their own divine palaces," Dongfang Chun said. All right, Yang Wu realized that he really did seem like an idiot. In the transcendent realm, he had only come into contact with Jade Moon Realm powerhouses. He had never come into contact with creatures beyond that realm. The strongest he had seen was the St. Clan's Do Yin, or his master, but they hadn't reached the true God realm. His master had never mentioned that realm to him. Because of this, he didn't know about the existence of the divine chains. So that's how it is. Yang Wu suddenly understood. He then asked, "Is there a way to break it?" Dongfang Chun explained, "The divine chains are the true God powerhouse's understanding of martial arts. Unless you can comprehend his martial arts and resonate with it, or you can directly absorb the divine chains for your own use, it's impossible to break the power of the divine chains. In other words, you have to comprehend his martial arts to receive his inheritance. That's pretty much it. Every true god of the Nine Sun realm is a supreme existence. How can their lifetime of martial arts be so easy to comprehend? Let's give up and think of a way to continue forward. If we can enter the center of his divine palace, we might be able to obtain his divine treasures. Don't think about it blindly. With such terrifying divine chains remaining here, The divine chains and his divine treasure will be even stronger. We can't even get close. At this time, Yang Wu opened his soul eye and looked at the divine chains. He began to observe the patterns of the divine chains. He always felt that the way the divine chains flowed was a little familiar. It seemed to be related to a certain martial arts that he cultivated. Suddenly, he saw that the divine chains formed a torrential river power. The river power kept gathering and formed a vast ocean. Wave after wave of water soared into the sky, forming a peerless spear art. It rushed into the sky and caused a terrifying destructive power. Yang Wu couldn't help but be a little dazed. Dongfang Chun and Yugo looked at the motionless Yang Wu. Their faces were instantly filled with shock. They exclaimed in their hearts, "Could it be that he has seen through the divine chains martial arts?" The two of them didn't dare to make a sound. They were afraid to disturb Yang Wu. Fortunately, they were in the temple, and no other creatures came to disturb them. Otherwise, Yang Wu wouldn't be able to observe the power of martial arts in peace. Not long after, the double-blade triple dragon spear appeared in Yang Wu's hand. He began to brandish it. Spear shadows shot out one after another, turning into waves one after another, rushing in all directions. Dongfang Chun and Yugo were so frightened that they hurriedly hid far away, afraid of being affected. After a while, Yang Wu actually stepped into the divine chains. The two of them were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. The divine chains were the power of a true god powerhouse. It was his martial arts law. Any one of them could kill a powerful creature. Yang Wu was courting death. Dongfang Chun couldn't help but shout, "Leader Yang Wu, wake up!" He felt that Yang Wu must have gone mad. That was why he recklessly stepped into the divine chains. However, Yang Wu didn't seem to hear him. He stepped into the divine chains and wasn't killed by the power of the divine chains. Instead, he moved with the power of the divine chains and used an exquisite battle skill. It was really unbelievable. Luo Water Spear Art. This was the battle skill Yang Wu was using right now. It wasn't the Rebel Dragon Spear technique that was unique to the Yang clan. When he saw the martial arts contained in the divine chains, he realized that it was very similar to the Luo Water Spear technique. Only then did he remember the Luo Water Spear technique. He obtained it from the divine treasury under the Dragon Phoenix Abyss. He was very familiar with this spear technique. It was a spear technique that he often used other than the Rebel Dragon Spear technique. It was a top saint technique. After he entered the divine chains to cultivate, his understanding of this spear technique grew rapidly. He condensed the spear intent and quickly condensed the way of the Luo water. This was the martial arts of the divine chains. After Yang Wu comprehended the way of the Luo water, he gradually woke up. When he found that he had entered the divine chains, he almost fainted from fright. Earlier, he fell into the divine chains because he was guided by the martial arts law. He didn't go in willingly. Fortunately, he comprehended the way of the Luo water. Otherwise, the power of the divine chains would have killed him. He rushed out of the divine chains and patted his chest, saying, "You scared me to death." Leader Yang Wu, you comprehended the divine Tao law. Dongfang Chun rushed over and asked in amazement. Yugo also looked at Yang Wu with an expression of worship. He almost knelt down and licked his feet. Yang Wu shook his head and said, "It's not that easy. It's just that there are some similarities with the martial arts I cultivate. That's why I comprehended it a little." The two of them could accept Yang Wu's explanation. If Yang Wu directly comprehended the divine Tao law, they didn't want to live anymore. In their respective realms, they were first-rate martial arts prodigies. They didn't want their confidence to be completely destroyed by Yang Wu. "All right, I'll take you to the next hall," Yang Wu said seriously. Dongfang Chun and Yugo were completely at ease with Yang Wu. They followed him through the power of the divine chains. Just now, they saw Yang Wu enter the divine chains. He could easily come out, so it shouldn't be difficult to pass through here. Sure enough, under Yang Wu's lead, they easily entered the fourth hall. After reaching the fourth hall, they finally saw other creatures. There were old monsters of the Spirit Yao clan, powerhouses of foreign races, monsters of the Demon clan, and experts of the Human clan. They all fought fiercely for the things in the hall. There were wind chimes hanging in the hall. There were cases on display, zither, and a huge broken bell. There were quite a few things left. This wind chime is mine. Don't even think about taking it. A female monster roared. Powerful Yao Qi filled the air, and her claws reached for the small wind chime hanging on the wall. Another powerhouse of the foreign race grabbed the case on the jade cabinet, preparing to take the jade cabinet as well. The demon clan's main target was the broken bell, while the human powerhouses went for the zither. In addition, there were a few other odds and ends, all of which were quite valuable. These fellows attacked with all their might, and their destructive power was astonishing, but they couldn't destroy the hall. There were only a dozen or so creatures here, and most of them were beyond the saint realm. They were at least demigods. Dongfang Chun and Yu Go saw a familiar figure. Bloodblade camps, Bloodblade camps, Bloodblade camps, Mad Lion camps, Mad Lion camps, Mad Lion camps, Mad Lion. They're here too. In addition to the two of them, Wen Chongqiao was also here. However, he didn't make a move. Instead, he hid to the side and picked up the odds and ends. Chapter 1369. A few more humans have come. Let's kill them all first, then we'll split the spoils, a demon reminded. A foreign race member said, I don't have any objections. The weaker humans should die first, an old monster said. Yang Wu, Dongfang Chun, and Yugo didn't think that their arrival would cause the other foreign race members to join forces. Bloodknife and Wild Lion were so angry that they were fuming. You guys get out of here. Wild Lion glanced at Yang Wu and the other two and shouted. Let them join forces to kill the enemy, Bloodknife said calmly. Do you really think we're pushovers? Dongfang Chun was also a hot-blooded person. His power surged as he raised his sword and charged at one of the demons. Ever since he obtained the magnetic light, his confidence had greatly increased. He wasn't even afraid of a half-step deity. Yugo was weaker, but he knew that now wasn't the time to retreat. He braced himself and charged forward. Yang Wu, on the other hand, wasn't in a hurry to attack. He opened his soul eye and looked around. He quickly determined that this was a palace where a woman lived. There were many elegant things here. Yang Wu's eyes locked onto the bed. It was a jade bed. It was most likely made of an extraordinary jade stone. There were some scattered ornaments at the head of the bed. They looked very exquisite and dazzling. Wen Chongqiao also wanted to take those things. Unfortunately, there was a seal around them. Even if he had a divine weapon, he couldn't break it. I want these things, Yang Wu said with certainty. He had many women around him. These exquisite ornaments were perfect for them. These things were definitely extraordinary. They might have defensive properties, or they might be items of the universe. They might even be divine weapons. After all, how could a woman who had become a true god be weak? Leader Yang Wu, these are all yours. Please take them, Wen Chongqiao said politely. He didn't want to offend anyone here. He just wanted to quietly make a small fortune. Human die, the banshee who had just taken the wind chimes shouted. She rushed over to grab Yang Wu. Yang Wu's reaction was extremely fast as he dodged the sneak attack. The demoness attacks did not slow down as she grabbed at Wen Chongqiao. Wen Chongqiao's reaction wasn't slow either. A divine shield appeared in front of him and blocked the demoness attack. I don't want anything. I'm leaving. Wen Chongqiao rolled on the ground, wanting to quickly leave this place. Unexpectedly, the woman's speed was astonishing. She arrived behind him and tore him into several pieces with her blade-like claws. This was a terrifying cat demon. Yang Wu saw it all, but he was expressionless. A villain like Wen Chongqiao was dead. He did not deserve any sympathy. The cat demon licked her claws and said with a strong sense of hostility, Your yang qi is very abundant. I like it. Whoosh. She disappeared on the spot. When she reappeared, she was already behind Yang Wu, grabbing at the back of his neck. Yang Wu's reaction was very fast. He squatted down and slammed his body backwards. He used the back to the mountain, moved to push the female cat back. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, you'll die very quickly. Yang Wu warned. You have some skills, but you'll still die. The cat demon squatted on the ground and said as she wiped away the green light. In the next moment, she turned into an afterimage and charged at Yang Wu. She reached out with her claws, and several claw lights tore at Yangwu. She was a half-step demon immortal. She was very close to becoming a demon immortal. Her speed was also very fast. This kind of attack was not something a heavenly general could block. Only a heavenly monarch could block it. After Yang Wu activated his immortal root, he returned to the peak of the Little Dragon Realm. Adding on the increase in his physical strength, he indeed had the battle strength of a heavenly monarch. I'll play with you. Yang Wu's eyes were filled with a strong battle intent. He shouted and stabbed out with the double-blade triple dragon spear. Luo water spear technique. Yang Wu had entered the divine chains and obtained the Tao of Luo River. The might of his spear art was extremely abnormal. With a thrust of his spear, a Luo River surge appeared. The power of the surging waves of water surged towards the demon cat. Bang! The power of Luo water collided with the cat demon's power. The two forces exploded and the claw light shattered. The river water continued to rush forward. Cat spirit steps. The cat demon's reaction was very fast. The moment the river water rushed towards her, she dodged and landed beside Yangwu. She then attacked Yangwu continuously. Yangwu waved his battle spear, forming a rain of spears, blocking all the claws. These claws couldn't land on him at all, and they even broke through the claw aura and pierced the cat demon's body. This time, the cat demon could not dodge in time. She was slashed by the double-blade triple dragon spear. Fresh blood quickly seeped out. Meow! The cat demon screamed. Her evil aura became stronger. Then, she used her ultimate move. Cat's eyes. A faint green light flashed and entered Yangwu's celestial court, confusing Yangwu. Cat's shadow. A series of shadows appeared and surrounded Yangwu. The omnipresent claws tore at Yangwu. Every claw was capable of tearing space apart. How could Yangwu block it? The ancient armor on Yangwu's body was very useful. Many of the claws landed on his back and blocked them. A series of clanking sounds rang out. So tough. Yangwu laughed. He did not seem to be affected by the power of the cat's eyes at all. His mind was still very clear. Yangwu would not allow himself to be attacked passively. His battle spear was like a dragon swinging its tail, ruthlessly whipping the cat demon. She felt the pain, her body bounced away, and she returned to her original form. A four-eyed cat demon appeared in front of Yangwu. 4 rays of light shot towards Yangwu at the same time. The terrifying eye light technique could kill a God Realm expert. This was also the reason why she could reach the 4th palace. This was the fighting power of a demon god. Kill! Yangwu roared. His battle spear swung left and right. Luo Shui rushed out and shattered the 4 rays of light. A ray of light penetrated and fell on him, but it was blocked by the ancient godly armor. The level of this ancient godly armor was not low. Yangwu became braver and braver. He activated the speed of Wind God's legs and caught up with the cat demon's speed. He kept forcing her to meet force with force. She was hit until she felt pain. She realized that Yangwu was not to be trifled with. Meow! The cat demon cried out a few times unwillingly and quickly escaped from the palace. On the other side, the battle continued. Blood Knife and Mad Lion's fighting power was very strong. They were not defeated by the demon race and the alien race respectively. However, it was not easy for them to seize the divine object. Dongfang Chun could barely resist the opponent's attack, but it was too difficult for him to win. Yugo joined the battle and fought together with Dongfang Chun. He did not want to face one of the opponents alone. If that happened, he would die. Yangwu didn't care about them. He arrived in front of the bed and slashed out with the Big Dipper sword. The restriction power in this place instantly shattered. Soon, everything on the bed was collected by him. Ba, I don't want to occupy your bed, but it's too wasteful to leave it here. I'll give it to my woman to sleep, Yangwu said in his heart. Then, he glanced at the other things that were still left. His eyes locked on the broken bell. It was definitely a powerful weapon. Otherwise, the demon race creatures would not have tried so hard to seize it. Mad Lion also liked this broken bell very much. His goal was also to seize it. Unfortunately, he could not repel the demon race creatures in a short time. In addition, an ancient zither was taken away by the alien race creatures. It was a complete divine weapon. He had made a big profit. Yang Wu didn't immediately go for the broken bell. He also had a lesser soul bell in his divine court, which was suppressing Yu Huaijin's soul. That lesser soul bell wasn't any weaker than this broken bell. In fact, it was many times stronger. Yang Wu decided to save Dongfang Chun and you go first. Holding the double-edged three-dragon spear, he turned into a torrential river and crashed into the alien race creature that was fighting Dongfang Chun and you go. Yang Wu's powerful intervention gave the foreign race creature a big fright. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. Otherwise, Yang Wu's spear would have been enough to kill him. However, he could dodge one move, but he could not dodge the next. Netherworld Ice Wing Blade. An invisible attack suddenly shot out. Even a god-tier creature would not be able to easily detect its existence. Pooh! A large head was chopped off. Yang Wu did not hesitate to put away the corpse to avoid wasting valuable things. Bastard! You dare to kill my companion. I'll kill you. The alien race creature that had obtained the ancient zither shouted loudly. He broke free from Bloodblade's entanglement and attacked Yang Wu. The pressure on Bloodblade relaxed. He did not care about the alien race creature and joined forces with Mad Lion to seize the broken bell. I'll send you to see him. Yang Wu sneered, and an electric fork field suddenly appeared. Rumble, rumble. An incomparably domineering lightning power wreaked havoc here. It scared the alien race creature so much that he stopped and quickly retreated. Evil guy, I'll remember you. The alien race creature said ruthlessly and immediately fled. He cultivated the power of wood, so he was most afraid of this kind of lightning power. Moreover, there were many opportunities here, so he did not want to fight to the death with Yang Wu. Yang Wu had deliberately activated the electric fork magnetic field. He could see the power that the other party cultivated, so he used a power that countered the other party. He didn't expect that the other party would be so cowardly and be scared away. You two quickly look around and see if you can find anything, then go elsewhere. Yang Wu said to Dongfang Chun, and you go. Yes, Leader Yang Wu. The two responded happily, then quickly searched the place to see if there was anything else that could tempt them. Needless to say, the two of them really did find something. Dongfang Chun obtained an ancient box which contained a divine pearl of extraordinary value. You go, on the other hand, obtained a small flag, which was also a divine flag with considerable power. Yang Wu obtained a mirror from the case. This mirror did not seem to have any power, but after it was injected with energy, it could see the situation in the entire fourth palace. Every room, every corner, and every living creature that had lived here in the past appeared in the mirror. This was a surveillance divine mirror.